Chapter 770, Distribution of Core Formation Elixirs. Teacher Hong, what brings you to Wangwu Cave Heaven? Chen Mobai was slightly surprised to see Hong Mengqi. After retiring, Hong Mengqi was rehired by the Wuki Dao Academy as a teacher and rarely left Chicheng Cave. The annual Weapon Refiner Conference is about to be held. It is a once-in-a-decade event. Since the principal, who is also the president, cannot come, the association and the academy asked me to come and keep order. Hong Mengqi said that he had just gotten off the plane with Bayan Jingchun and then met Hua Zijing, who was waiting for them outside. So they got into the car directly. I almost forgot that you, Teacher Hong, are also the vice president of the Weapon Refiner Association. After hearing this, Chen Mobai looked enlightened. The Weapon Refiners Association is basically run by the Wuki Dao Academy. Principal Chengshuan is the president, Hong Mengqi is the honorary vice president, and the vast majority of the other core members are graduates of the Wuki Dao Academy or its affiliated academies. Don't change the subject. Why don't you try cultivating the Cantong Qi? Hong Mengqi realized what was happening at this moment and glared at Chen Mobai. Human energy is limited. I already feel like I've exhausted all my strength in cultivating the pure Yang scroll. If I were to be distracted by the cognition of unity, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to reach the pinnacle in either area. Chen Mobai was speaking the truth. He knew his own talent best. It was only with the help of the resources of the Heavenly River realm that he was able to master the pure Yang scroll. In addition, the Fangkun book was also passively cultivated thanks to the Heaven and Earth crown that unified the eastern wilderness. As for other spells and supernatural abilities, they are either bestowed through initiation or acquired quickly through resources. Even so, he still felt that his cultivation speed was a bit slow. Chen Mobai had a very clear understanding of himself. As a follower of the realm school, his primary goal was to single-mindedly improve his realm. Once you truly reach a bottleneck in your cultivation level and can no longer improve, then focus your time and energy on anything other than the pure Yang scroll. The Kantanki, as a profound and complex technique for transforming into a divine being, is something he had tried to comprehend before but could not. Even if he were to now be able to enter the realm of enlightenment with the enlightenment tea and the crown of all beings of heaven and earth, he would not want to waste his time. He still doesn't have enough time to condense pure Yang true Qi and primordial true Qi. You can practice when you have time. With your current talent, you will eventually become the master of the immortal sect. When that time comes, you will be qualified to take that little crimson heaven into your hands. As you know, that fifth order Yuan Yang sword is in the little crimson heaven, and it is of the same lineage as your pure Yang scroll. If you can attach the Cantong pact to the Yuan Yang sword, the benefits will be numerous. When you reach the great perfection of the nascent soul stage, combined with the essence of the Yuan Yang sword, the fifth order pure Yang Qi from the Heaven Mending Academy, and your exceptional talent, you will likely become the third person in the immortal sect to achieve the nascent soul stage, after the two ancestors, Bai Guang and Qian Xing. It must be said that Hong Mengqi is a gifted speaker. The scene he painted in just a few words was incredibly moving for Chen Mobai. As one of the few fifth-tier flying swords in the immortal sect, and one that is of the same origin as the pure Yang scroll, if Chen Mobai could obtain it and study it together with the Cantong pact, his chances of becoming a nascent soul cultivator would truly be higher than anyone else in the immortal sect. Because this is equivalent to him directly copying the answer from the Yuan Yang ancestor's transformation into a deity. This is what he loves most in his life. Even though there is a gap between him and ancestor Yuanyang, and he cannot completely follow ancestor Yuanyang's method to become a deity, it is still much better than the rest of the immortal sects who cannot even enter the gate. Didn't you see that Lin Dayaming, who led the immortal sect for hundreds of years, could only slink away and fall into the side sect in the end in order to become a god? This path to heaven is something that only Chen Mobai, besides Wenren Zuwei, possesses in the entire immortal sect. Then I'll practice the Cantong Qi when I have free time. Chen Mobai listened to advice very well, and said something that pleased Hong Mengqi greatly. However, Bayan Jingchun, standing to the side, couldn't help but clench her fists. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. In order to cultivate the Kantanki, she underwent extremely arduous training and trials before Hong Mengqi allowed her to cultivate this great technique of transforming into a deity. Now, however, it is Hong Mengqi who is begging Chen Mobai to cultivate. Compared to her junior brother, she, as the senior sister, formed the most striking contrast. Moreover, she felt that if Chen Mobai really started cultivating the Kantong Qi with his talent, he could very well catch up with her decades of experience in just a few years. Although she had never achieved much in front of Chen Mobai, if she was even outdone by the Kantongki, she would truly be utterly defeated. Why did you come along, senior sister? I remember you're a public servant of Chicheng Cave Heaven. You shouldn't be able to leave your territory so easily. However, at this moment, Chen Mobai also noticed Bayan Jingchun. After all, there were only a few people in the car. After chatting with Hong Mengqi, he, who was always very polite, naturally greeted Bayan Jingchun. I have some business to attend to at the Immortal Affairs Hall. Bayan Jingchun forced a smile and answered. Chen Mobai was puzzled. What could possibly make her, a public official of Chicheng Cave Heaven, come to Wangwu Cave Heaven in person? She successfully queued up this year and was able to exchange for a golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill. After hearing the news, she came with me. Seeing Bayan Jingchun's somewhat hesitant demeanor, Hong Mengqi directly stated the purpose of her visit. I see, congratulations, senior sister. After hearing this, Chen Mobai suddenly realized that such a major life event indeed required his personal presence to be truly reassured. Hua Zijing, who was driving, looked on with envy when she heard this. The news that Foundation establishment cultivators of the immortal sect most want to hear is the notification that they have successfully queued up and can now redeem their rewards. I've worked for 75 years, and this is the only opportunity I've had. I hope I can succeed on the first try. After Hong Mengqi told her, Bayan Jingchun stopped hiding it. She was a little afraid that she would fail to form her core, so she didn't dare to tell her dazzling junior brother Chen Mobai about it. Many Foundation establishment cultivators in the immortal sect are like this. Even if they exchange for core formation spiritual items, they keep it a secret. This is not only to avoid jealousy, but also to avoid being ridiculed by others after their failure. Next, they started talking about the other Foundation establishment cultivators from the Dance Weapon Academy, who had exchanged for golden elixir jade rejuvenation pills. The Immortal sect refines one batch of golden elixir jade rejuvenation pills every 10 years, producing 10 pills. The 5 elements golden elixir is to be refined within the 10-year gap between the golden liquid jade rejuvenation elixir and other elixirs. Ostensibly, the choice of which attribute to refine depends on the number of Foundation establishment cultivators with 5 elements cultivation techniques in the queue. But in reality, it is decided directly after discussion among those in power. These pills might be distributed all at once after they're refined, or they might be stored away to be made available to certain exceptional individuals once they've reached a certain level of seniority. But they will definitely all be redeemed before the next batch is refined. The golden elixir and jade rejuvenation pill and the 5 elements golden elixir are offered every 10 years. Each of the 4 major academies can have one spot. For example, if the Dance Weapon Academy chose the golden elixir and jade rejuvenation pill this year, then it can only choose the 5 elements golden elixir in the next round. The other 16 pieces were distributed among the various departments of the 3 main halls. However, despite this, most of the heads of the departments in the 3 main halls are from the 4 major academies, so the final distribution of the pie is actually a power struggle between the 4 factions. The Wuki and Jumeng forces are weaker, so they have 2 fewer grains. The Kunpeng and Bushan forces are stronger, so they have 2 more grains. Bayan Jingchun's golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill was recommended by the Dance Weapon Academy, which was due to Hong Mengqi's influence. Even so, after 60 years of service, she waited another 15 years before finally getting her turn. because ahead of her were many Foundation establishment perfection cultivators from the Dance Weapon Academy who had even greater influence than her. For example, Sun Daiji and Kai Shicheng, who came with Bayan Jingchen to help, both worked at Wangwu Cave and were considered Wang Shui's men. With the latter's help, their order in line was definitely ahead of Bayan Jingchen's. It's a pity that Sun Daiji failed to form his core, but because he exchanged it early, he might have another chance. However, it certainly won't be the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill. It will only be a lower-level 5 elements golden core. Kai Shicheng was very lucky and successfully formed his core. He was a researcher, not well suited for officialdom, so he only held a nominal position in the Kaiyuan Hall. However, the Wookiee lineage still helped him get the latest academician title in the Immortal Science Academy, where big shots were everywhere. If Hua Zijing or Zhuang Jialan want to exchange for the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill in the future, Chen Mobai can use the Heaven Mending Group to lock in one spot, and then use the guaranteed quota from the Dance Weapon lineage. Now he is the person in charge of the Dance Weapon lineage in the 3 main halls. While he has assumed the responsibilities, this is also one of his due rights. However, the quota for core formation spiritual objects for the next 10 years had actually been decided long ago. Because even within the Dance Weapon lineage, everyone wants a share of the profits. For example, regarding Bayan Jingchen's case, Hong Mengqi, relying on his connections, had actually been in the queue since Bayan Jingchen's 60 years of service expired. This year's pill was given to her, while the subsequent 5 elements golden elixir was given to a former chief named Wei Yunling. 10 years later, the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill was originally not available for the Wookiee lineage, but after some exchanges of benefits, a spot was reserved for Zhongli Tianyu. Chen Mobai calculated that Zhongli Tianyu would only have 58 years of service 10 years from now, which is still 2 years short. However, at that time, the Immortal Sects Finance Department would keep that Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill in stock for 2 years, and then let Zhongli Tianyu exchange it after he had accumulated 60 years of service. After all, besides their own lineage of martial arts practitioners, Zhongli Tianyu also has the Zhongli family behind him. Besides the immortal sects, folk forces such as the 4 major academies are qualified and capable of refining the 5 elements golden elixir. In addition to internal consumption, these elixirs may also be distributed to their subordinate factories and units after exchanging benefits. In other words, theoretically, the immortal sect can only exchange for 2 or 3 core formation elixirs each year. This is why the competition among Foundation establishment cultivators for core formation elixir is extremely fierce. Then I wish you success in forming your core, senior sister. When the time comes, come to Wangwu Grotto Heaven and help me share the burden of our lineage. Chen Mobai smiled and said to Bayan Jingchen, who nodded somewhat uncertainly. For cultivators of the immortal sects, the core formation stage can be described as a step between heaven and hell. Even for a direct descendant of the Tao Academy like Bayan Jingchen, if she fails to form her core this time, it will be very difficult for her to have another chance to enter the core circle. It was precisely for this reason that Chen Mobai attained enlightenment and formed his core, and was regarded as the future by everyone in the Wookiee lineage. With such talent, he is basically guaranteed to reach the nascent soul stage. The number of nascent soul cultivators is the core factor, determining the distribution of elixirs for each core formation stage. Chen Mobai had Hua Zijing drive Hong Mengqi to the Refiner Association first, then take Bayan Jingchen to the Immortal Affairs Hall, and finally take him to the Righteous Law Hall. Master Shuixian was still not there. After Chen Mobai and the weary Gongsun Jilu finished their holidays, they exchanged a few words. The main thing is the distribution list for this Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill. This time, the Zhengfa Hall received 2 Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pills. The military and law enforcement each received 1. One of these is from the Law Enforcement Department, and the Sky Repairing Group can apply for it. However, if the application is successful, The law enforcement department will have the priority to select it for the next 10 years. Chen Mobai said he needed to think about it, and did not give Gongsun Jilu an answer for the time being. After returning to the Patching Heaven group, Chen Mobai discovered that Lin Yin had personally brought him a cup of tea. After Zhuang Jialin arrived, this became her job. After accepting the tea, Chen Mobai understood the reason. Lin Yin seems to have been working for over 60 years. She must be waiting for this golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, otherwise she wouldn't have stayed in the Sky Mending group after Lan Haitian left. Team leader, I heard that this year's batch of golden elixir jade rejuvenation pills has been successfully refined. Sure enough, Chen Mobai had just taken a sip when Lin Yin awkwardly reminded him. Oh, you've mastered it. I just broke through in seclusion and haven't looked into it yet. Let me make a couple of calls to ask. Although Lin Yin had done her best during the years he took over the Heaven Mending group, she had not been under his leadership for the previous decades of her service. If he helps Lin Yin apply this time, then 10 years later, the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill that the immortal sect successfully refines will not have a spot in the Heaven Mending group. In that case, if he wanted to help Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan obtain the golden elixir and jade rejuvenation pill, he would have to exchange it for more benefits from the dance weapon lineage. Therefore, he did not give a reply immediately. Then, team leader, you're busy. Lin Yin closed the door and went out with a somewhat uneasy feeling. Chen Mobai was also feeling troubled. If he could, he would definitely want to help Lin Yin, but even though he was the head of the Wookiee lineage, he felt the frustration of having too many monks and too few porridge when it came to the matter of core formation spiritual objects. But he felt a little guilty if he didn't help Lin Yin exchange the items. After pacing back and forth in the office, Chen Mobai finally remembered something and took out his phone to call Lan Haitian. Lin Yin has been working for Lan Haitian for the past few decades, so there's no reason for him, the new leader, to be in such a difficult position. Lan Haitian answered the phone quickly. After Chen Mobai explained the situation, he pondered for a moment and nodded with a wry smile. He indicated that this year, Chen Mobai would use his quota from the Heaven Mending group to help Lin Yinsuo obtain a golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill. 10 years later, he would use his influence at the Immortal Affairs Hall to return the pill to the Heaven Mending group. Although both of them made verbal promises, at their level, these verbal promises were actually the most effective. I owe you a favor for this. After saying that, Lan Haitian sincerely thanked Chen Mobai. After all, if it were him, he would never have helped the former leader's cronies apply for the golden elixir of immortality. Never mind, I've already owed you a lot of favors, and Lin Yin is meticulous in her work. She helped me a lot when I first joined the Heaven Mending group and things went so smoothly. After finishing his conversation with Lan Haitian, Chen Mobai put down the phone, pushed open his office door and walked out. At the workstations outside the door, many employees of the Sky Mending group immediately looked up at him. Jialan, help me draft an application document. Chen Mobai waved to Zhuang Jialan, whose workstation was closest to his office door, and gave her instructions. Yes, team leader, what application document is it? Zhuang Jialan immediately nodded in response and asked. Apply to the enforcement department for this year's golden elixir jade restoration pills for our Sky Mending group. As soon as Chen Mobai said this, everyone gasped and looked at Lin Yin, whose body was trembling slightly not far away. Okay, team leader, whose name should I fill in for the applicant? Even Zhuang Jialan's voice trembled slightly upon hearing this, revealing a hint of excitement. This is the golden elixir of immortality. Her lifelong dream. Fill the forest in seclusion. After Chen Mobai finally said his name, Lin Yin breathed a long sigh of relief and looked gratefully at the handsome young man standing at the door. Thank you very much, team leader. Lin Yin stood up and thanked Chen Mobai. This is what you deserve for your years of hard work. After Jialan has drafted it, take a look at it. If there are no problems, sign it and bring it in so I can stamp it for you. Chen Mobai said with a gentle smile, then quietly closed his office door. Just 3 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Lin Yin walked in, holding the application form in both hands, and handed it to Chen Mobai. After carefully reviewing the document, Chen Mobai signed his name with the group of leaders, then took out the seal representing the group leader and stamped it on. A moment later, Hua Zijing walked in, and Chen Mobai handed her the sealed application form. "Zijing, could you please go and deliver this application to the Law Enforcement Department?" "Yes, Chief." Hua Zijing was thrilled to witness Chen Mobai decide the ownership of the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill with a single word within the Heaven Mending Group. She seemed to see her bright future reflected in this. "Lin Yin, you should go too. I see you're a bit distracted. If this matter isn't resolved, you probably won't be able to concentrate at work." Chen Mobai saw Lin Yin beside him and couldn't help but tease him. The latter lowered his head, slightly embarrassed. But her body language betrayed her, and she went on the trip with Hua Zijing. After dealing with this matter, Chen Mobai received many more phone calls. They were all from the Wookiee lineage, and now they all knew about the successful completion of the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill. They all wanted him, the person in charge, to help them by locking one away for them. This gave Chen Mobai the feeling of being the principal of a prestigious school when he first enrolled. After receiving 2 calls, he simply muted the phone. This round and the next round were both arranged by Wang Shui beforehand, and Chen Mobai certainly wouldn't embarrass him. Besides Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan, Chen Mobai has many other good friends. He took the initiative to call Ming Yihua and Yun Yangbing. "Don't worry about that. My arsenal has also secured a spot for me. I got it through my own talent, not through connections." Ming Yihua was clearly touched when he saw Chen Mobai call to inquire about his core formation elixir. However, the tone of his voice was exactly the same as when he was at the Taoist Academy. This, on the contrary, made Chen Mobai laugh heartily, something he hadn't done in a long time. The higher one's position, the more precious this pure friendship becomes. The first armory where Ming Yihua works is headed by a golden core counselor from the Bushan Dao Academy. This factory holds a similar position to the Bushan Group, specializing in high-precision weapons, and the identities of everyone inside are kept secret. Of course, Chen Mobai could see all of this confidential information. Ming Yihua's ability to secure a spot for a Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill demonstrates his undeniable talent in weapon crafting. No wonder he's such a good friend. After talking with Ming Yihua for a while, Chen Mobai called Yun Yangbing. "Thank you. My agency, the Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network Management Bureau, also has quotas for core formation elixir herbs, but there are several people who can compete with me. With your help, I should have a sure thing." Yun Yangbing was very grateful after listening to this. The status of the Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network Administration Bureau is even higher than that of the Heaven Mending Group, and it is almost one of the most important core departments of the immortal sect. Therefore, the personnel inside are also the most diverse. People with special skills in formations from the 4 major academies, 10 university palaces, and even 120 prefectures have basically been recruited. Although Yun Yangbing has an outstanding talent in formations, the Wookiee lineage has few members here, making the competition somewhat difficult. Leave it to me, but it might take another 10 to 5 years after your 60 years of service. Chen Mobai has always treated his friends with utmost sincerity. "Thank you very much. I'll treat you to a meal when I return to Wangwu Grotto Heaven." The Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network Administration Bureau is located in various spiritual vein hubs on Earth Origin Star. It is rare for them to be able to return to the capital to report on their duties. Yun Yangbing is currently at Qingcheng Cave Heaven, where he is not only completing his own work, but also recording the mountain and river veins and perfecting his array formations. Then it's a deal. I'll definitely find a more expensive restaurant. Chen Mobai laughed heartily and hung up the phone. He then called his good friend Wang Xingyu. "Good brother, you're like a real brother to me." After hearing this, Wang Xingyu was moved to tears, saying that having Chen Mobai as a friend in this life was his greatest honor. Because he cultivated fire attribute techniques, he did not pursue the golden elixir and jade rejuvenation pill. According to his own plan, it was unlikely that he could achieve the core formation stage in one go, so he prepared for a protracted battle. He planned to exchange his 60 years of service for a fire essence golden elixir from the Taoist Academy, and then use this opportunity to explore various experiences related to elixir formation. After failing to form a golden core the first time, one should take the civil service exam to join a celestial sect, and then wait for 60 years of service to exchange for a single fire essence golden core from the celestial sect, thus gambling all opportunities on the second attempt. However, even if his uncle Wang Xinfu is now the second most important figure in the dance troupe in the Kaiyuan Hall, this idea will not be easy to realize. But with Chen Mobai, things are different. With their combined influence, this matter is practically a sure thing. Just give me a call when you need to make arrangements. After saying this to Wang Xingyu, Chen Mobai looked at the other people in the nascent soul class on the contact list, but ultimately did not make any more calls. The resources of the immortal sect are limited, and all he can do is take care of a handful of people around him. Even so, it must operate within the rules. However, if someone from the nascent soul stage is just a little short of securing a spot for the core formation elixir and comes to him for help again, Chen Mobai is still willing to assist. But it's a bit too early to make a promise now. After making 3 phone calls, Chen Mobai thought of Meng Huinger and Yan Bingxuan again. Among them, Meng Huinger's art troupe is supported by all the nascent soul cultivators in the entire immortal sect, so she shouldn't need his help, right? Despite thinking this way, Chen Mobai still called Meng Huinger. Hello. Since taking Qing Nu to the Heavenly River realm, Chen Mobai has not contacted Meng Huinger for a long time, and the latter has not dared to call him. She only dared to send him greetings via text message on holidays as a friend, hoping that he would remember her. So when Chen Mobai took the initiative to call, Meng Huinger's voice trembled slightly. Long time no see, are you free tonight? Since they had already made contact, Chen Mobai thought it would be better to discuss this in person, so he directly asked to make an appointment. Yes, I'm free these next few days. Meng Huinger immediately answered, and Chen Mobai nodded after hearing it, then said that he would go to her place to rest a little later tonight. After making that call, Chen Mobai finally called Yan Bingxuan, whom he cared about the most. I checked the time, and it was almost time to get off work. Let's have dinner together. Chen Mobai simply invited Yan Bingxuan to dinner, and she naturally agreed. Since arriving at Wangwu Cave Heaven, Yan Bingxuan has mainly focused on establishing Xuanchuang Company in the largest city of the immortal sect. Even with Chen Mobai's protection, it is still not an easy task. Moreover, she also wanted to prove herself and that she could be of use to Chen Mobai, so she would only make the call when she really couldn't solve the problem. Chen Mobai left the office, told Zhuang Jialan, and then left early. Arriving at a beautiful restaurant, he smiled and handed the gift box to the stunningly beautiful Yan, who was already waiting for him. What's this? Yan Bingxuan took it with some curiosity, and Chen Mobai asked her to open it. She found that it was a water pearl that she had already had. I specially asked Master Peach Blossom to help me refine the youth-preserving pearl, which can keep people young forever. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Yan Bingxuan's eyes widened, her hands trembled slightly, and she picked up the youth-preserving pearl from the box and held it in her palm. End of this chapter. Chapter 771, Completion of the Cantong Qi. Chapter 771, Completion of the Cantong Qi. For women, the phrase, forever young, seems to possess a magical power that can drive them to madness. Yan Bingxuan always paid close attention to her appearance and demeanor in front of Chen Mobai, but she lost her composure after hearing about the Dingyan pearl. Is this a gift for me? After a long while, she put down the face-fixing bead with some embarrassment. If I don't give it to you, who else can I give it to? Chen Mobai said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yan Bingxuan pursed her lips and looked at him with gentle eyes. She then used water to form a rope, strung the youth-preserving beads together, and hung them around her snow-white neck. Chen Mobai watched as the azure beauty-preserving bead slid down Yan Bingshuan's snow-white skin and into her neckline. His gaze fell upon her somewhat concealed curves, and he couldn't help but feel a slight pang of regret. Yan Bingshuan had developed a bad habit. Whenever she went out, she would always use magic to cover up her impressive bosom. This left Chen Mobai, who had witnessed that exaggerated arc firsthand, with a deep sense of regret. But he couldn't say anything about it. The best effect is achieved when this bead is refined into the body, so that it can moisturize the skin and body at all times and keep them young. However, you need to pay attention to replenishing it with water and spiritual energy every once in a while. Chen Mobai then offered Yan Bingshuan guidance on the refining techniques. With the refining treasure golden light in hand, he was able to analyze the most suitable refining method for each beauty-preserving pearl. When I gave it to Shi Wanyu before, she was a qi refining cultivator and had some difficulty refining the face-preserving pearl, so I had to teach her step by step. During the demonstration for Shi Wanyu, Chen Mobai also refined a youth-preserving pearl into his own body. Although he doesn't have the same obsession with eternal youth as women, he still has plenty. That way he'll stay a boy forever. Yan Bingshuan's spiritual root attributes were a good match for this youth-preserving pearl, and given that she was already a Foundation Establishment 9th level cultivator, she refined it very quickly after Chen Mobai's guidance. Soon, Chen Mobai saw a ball of azure light appear inside her soft, delicate white sweater, like pure flowing water, slowly seeping into her chest skin until it disappeared. Yan Bingshuan opened her eyes, her bright gaze revealing a hint of joy. Seeing that she had finished refining, Chen Mobai also asked the waiter to prepare the dishes. Before long, the dishes were all served. Chen Mobai also opened a bottle of new wine brewed by Zhuo Ming. The taste was on the sweeter side and the aftereffects were not strong. Based on her own experience, she found that drinking more of it could make the female cultivator's complexion more rosy. Yan Bingshuan took a small sip and her eyes lit up. She praised the new wine highly. "Thank you for the gift, I love it." After having dinner together, the two walked along a small street and unknowingly reached the intersection where they had to part ways. Yan Bingshuan turned around and thanked Chen Mobai. Her long hair cascaded over her rounded shoulders, smooth and lustrous, and her simple white sweater added a touch of gentleness and freshness to her appearance. Her usually aloof appearance always revealed an unprecedented gentleness and warmth when she was with Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai met her gaze as she turned to him, and the tenderness in her eyes almost made him want to break his promise to Meng Huinger. "I'm glad you like it. I'll head back now. I have to work overtime tonight." Chen Mobai suppressed the strong emotions welling up inside him and took his leave in a gentle tone. "Okay then, goodbye." After saying goodbye in a soft voice, Yan Bingshuan turned and walked towards her apartment. Watching her graceful figure gradually disappear into the distance, Chen Mobai suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten his important task. Today's main purpose was to discuss with her how to obtain a core formation spiritual object. Oh well, she's already prepared all the resources anyway. Thinking of the ice marrow jade and water mist ice crystal in his storage bag, Chen Mobai decided to ask Hua Zijing to go to the Boundary Gate Administration Bureau again tomorrow to buy him a void blind box. Because the effects of Yan Bingshuan taking the water essence golden elixir are the same as those of the golden liquid jade rejuvenation elixir, it would be easier to arrange things for her within the immortal sect, and Yan Qiangji would definitely help as well. If all else fails, once Qingnu has finished improving the formula for the 5 elements golden elixir, she can refine a water element golden elixir for her. The next morning, Chen Mobai took his coat from Meng Huinger and put it on. "Then I'll go to work first. Don't worry about the core formation elixir. Once you've accumulated enough seniority, I'll use the influence of the dance weapon lineage to help you. If all else fails, I'll use my guaranteed spot to secure one for you." Last night, Chen Mobai didn't forget the important matter here, because after it was over, Meng Huinger also lay on his chest, subtly reminding him. because she couldn't compete with Jiang Yuyuan. The golden elixir of jade rejuvenation 10 years later had already been promised to Jiang Yuyuan within the art troupe. What saddened her even more was that she and Jiang Yuyuan both came from the same lineage of dance weaponry. If Jiang Yuyuan got it, because the 4 major academies took turns, she would have to wait at least one more round. If you want to redeem it as soon as you reach 60 years of service, you can only get the next level 5 elements golden elixir. Chen Mobai knew Meng Huanger's aptitude. Without sufficient resources, it would be virtually impossible for her to successfully form her core. He treats everyone around him exceptionally well. So after learning about this, he made a promise to Meng Huanger. I will definitely help her obtain the core formation elixir as quickly as possible, so that even if she fails, she will have a second chance. Are you coming again tonight? After hearing this, Meng Huanger nodded and asked with a gentle look in her eyes. We'll see how it goes, we'll talk about it tonight. Chen Mobai couldn't guarantee it either, since he had several positions now and something might happen to him. Okay, I'm free these few days, but I'll be going on tour with the arts troupe in about 2 weeks. Meng Huanger casually draped a thin nightgown over herself and tenderly saw Chen Mobai out of the bedroom. Okay, take care and get some rest, don't overwork yourself. Chen Mobai pulled his right hand, which had been held between Meng Huanger's 2 soft breasts, out of her arms. After saying goodbye, he used the underworld array to disappear directly from the living room. Back in the Patching Sky Group office, Chen Mobai sipped the tea that Zhuang Jialan had just brewed and brought in, still savoring the memory of last night. The gentle and tender Yan Bingxuan and the understanding Meng Huanger brought him unparalleled comfort and relaxation, both mentally and physically. However, Chen Mobai only savored this enjoyment for a short while. After finishing his cup of tea, he recalled the Kantanki, a Buddhist text that was etched in his mind. He had already seen and memorized this nascent soul technique in the library when he was at the Dance Weapon Academy. After all, students could see it for free within the academy, but outside, one had to spend hundreds of millions of points to download it through official channels. When he was building his foundation, he tried to comprehend the Cantong Chi, but he couldn't even see where the door was. Now that I've reached the core formation stage, I can finally understand a little bit of it. However, if one wants to comprehend and begin practicing on their own, it would probably take at least 10 or 20 years. Chen Mobai is not the type of person to waste time. He directly changed the introspection of oneself, hanging on the longevity sword intent to the Cantong Chi. Then he took out the little bit of enlightenment tea he had left and brewed a small cup. In addition to his own efforts in the 2 areas mentioned above, Chen Mobai also did not forget to seek advice from Hong Mengqi. Asking questions when you don't understand is a very good quality. The Cantong Chi is a method of cultivating with tools. As long as the tools used for the same practice are chosen well, it is the fastest cultivation method for breaking through realms in the immortal sects. Therefore, the success of this divine transformation technique depends on the tool. This tool can be a specific magical artifact, a spiritual root of heaven and earth, a spiritual land, or even a planet, all depending on the opportunity. However, 99% of the Kantanki practice experience passed down by Wuki Daeyuan is related to magical artifacts. Since magical artifacts are also a small-scale Tao fruit of cultivation, if they are a cultivator's natal artifact and happen to be the same as their own cultivation method, then using them for joint cultivation is simply perfect. When a magical artifact is perfectly suited to a cultivator, then breaking through cultivation realms will naturally be a breeze. For example, when Master Chengxuan was studying at the Taoist Academy, he found the 4th-order red heart treasure mirror in the Wanbao cave, which was almost a perfect match for his spiritual root attributes. He then cultivated smoothly and without any setbacks all the way to the nascent soul realm using the Cantong Chi. But it was precisely because of this that his spiritual practice was shackled by the red heart mirror. After reaching the nascent soul stage, the speed of cultivation begins to slow down significantly. Even though the Cantong Chi can change the magical artifacts used for the same practice, In the long process of practicing together and cultivating all the way to the nascent soul realm, Master Chengxuan's essence, energy, spirit, and so on have long been assimilated by the Chixin Beijian, making it almost another magical artifact spirit. Therefore, if Master Chengxuan wants to break through to the nascent soul realm, in addition to finding his own path, he also needs to upgrade the Crimson Heart Mirror to the 5th rank. If you don't want to carry this burden, then you need to destroy the previous foundation. However, for the immortal sects, reaching the nascent soul realm is already incredibly difficult, and even Master Chengxuan himself isn't confident he can rebuild his cultivation after his physical body disintegrates. However, if one can overcome this hurdle, then after both the magical artifact and the cultivator break through to the same level, the cultivator's abilities in all aspects will be among the best of their kind. After Chen Mobai understood the Kantanki, the first thing he thought of was his own tortoise treasure. This mysterious treasure could carry him between two realms and even had a profound connection with the origin of the void. It even reminded him that he could absorb and refine the interdimensional gate, which shows that its grade and level were definitely not low. It's at least no lower than the boundary gate. In that case, could he transform the tortoise treasure into his fellow practitioner? Thinking of this, Chen Mobai was extremely excited. That day, Meng Huinger left Wangwu Cave with the art troupe for a tour, and he also got the answer he wanted to know about the Kantanki from Hong Mengqi. So he gave instructions to Hua Zijing and the other women to look after the Heaven Mending Group, while he went into the Heaven Mending Group's highest-level cultivation room to begin his seclusion. He gently waved his hand in front of his chest, and the turtle's shell fell down, held in his right hand. The golden light of the treasure-refining technique landed on it, but it only yielded information about an ordinary tortoise shell. Through this, Chen Mobai knew that Gui Bao's level was definitely very high. It's at least rank 6, and possibly even higher. He took a deep breath, silently recited the mantra of the Kantanki he had just mastered, and then his consciousness left his body, sprinkling onto the tortoise shell like a gentle, silent rain, following the method of the same mind. His divine sense, like raindrops, connected to all parts of the tortoise, almost as if strands of silvery white light were extending from between Chen Mobai's eyebrows. Soon, the tortoise was covered in a silvery white cocoon. Then, with a thought, he wanted to drag the tortoise into his purple mansion sea of consciousness. I thought it would be difficult, but whoosh. Gui Bao was just like an ordinary turtle shell, without any resistance, and Chen Mobai completed the joint study and brought it into the purple mansion sea of consciousness from between his eyebrows. The smoothness of the event surprised even Chen Mobai. He used the mental incantation of the Kantanki once again, and then the tortoise treasure disappeared from his purple mansion sea of consciousness and appeared out of thin air in his palm. This means that the same reference method has truly succeeded. This should have been a happy occasion, but why isn't the baby turtle reacting at all? Chen Mobai tried to use various mental techniques and incantations of the Kantanki, such as absorbing the essence of the same ginseng to nourish himself, but there was no reaction. Using the same insight technique allows cultivators to see various information and experiences of the same object. If the compatibility between the object and the cultivator is high, it may even lead directly to the source, allowing them to see the scene of its birth. But Chen Mobai only saw the tortoise shell in his hand. He then used the technique of reciprocation, which allows cultivators to replenish their own vital energy and improve their cognition. However, this process involves a lot of losses, but as the energy and power of both parties become closer and closer, this loss can approach zero. Unfortunately, no matter how much Chen Mobai put in, the tortoise treasure would spit it out, as if it didn't value his energy and spirit. Despite employing various techniques from the Kantanqi, Gui Bao remained the same Gui Bao. Chen Mobai was getting angry as he looked at the stubborn tortoise shell in his hand. What exactly did he participate in? Helpless, he could only break free from the connection with the tortoise shell. Fortunately, the covenant of mutual cultivation is not like a spiritual artifact cultivation technique. If you are not satisfied, you can always change the covenant item. However, the longer the same parameter is used and the more it is invested, the greater the damage to its own foundation will be when you want to switch. Chen Mobai took less than half a day to change the tortoise shell and felt no discomfort at all afterward. He thought again about the magical artifacts he possessed. Aside from this tortoise shell, the most powerful items are naturally the purple and green twin swords, both of which are of the 4th grade superior quality. They only need the right opportunity to achieve spiritual perfection and upgrade to the 5th grade. If Chen Mobai were willing, these 2 swords would probably be his fellow practitioners. But Chen Mobai would never do such a thing. After all, the frost sword was borrowed and must be returned in the future. Moreover, his path is the pure Yang scroll, and it is impossible for him to change it to the 2 great sword manuals, Zihua and Kingseo. Besides the purple and green twin swords, Chen Mobai also thought about the 5-element sects assets in the eastern wilderness. The candidates include the Great Tao Tree in the Divine Tree Secret Realm, and the 5-element Spirit Tree in the 1 Yuan Secret Realm. The Great Tao Tree is related to the mysterious Celestial Venerable, and may have once been a 5th-level tree. The 5-element Spirit Tree definitely fell from the 5th rank. If he takes it as a reference, his primordial Tao fruit will surely be able to reach its full potential in the future. But these 2 spiritual plants are not easy to handle. With the 5-element Spirit Tree in Hunyuan Immortal City, he certainly wouldn't go to see Zhou Yi, this ticking time bomb in his true form. If the Great Tao Tree is truly related to the Heavenly Venerable, wouldn't he be sending himself into the tiger's den if he were to study it together with the Heavenly Venerable? Besides these 2 spiritual plants, there are also the Talent Tree and the Magic Treasure Tree. These are confirmed to be peak 4th-order longevity trees, but these 2 trees have also been modified by the longevity sect, so no one can say for sure if there are any hidden dangers. We can't very well go to the immortal tree in our own dojo at Tonkin Giant Tree Ridge. Upon thinking about this, Chen Mobai immediately shook his head. He's not practicing the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture. After rejecting this idea, Chen Mobai only had one choice left. He took out the Hayashin mirror, which had just been upgraded to the 4th tier. The 4th rank is equivalent to the nascent soul stage. If he studies it together, he can absorb its pure Yang essence, which will subtly make him more suitable for cultivating the pure Yang scroll. In the later stages, it may even increase the cultivation speed of his pure Yang Dharma body. At this moment, Chen Mobai remembered what Hong Mingqi had said. If only I had the Yuan Yang sword. This 5th-tier flying sword is the most suitable companion for him. It's a pity that his cultivation level is still too low. If he had a nascent soul, he could compete for the position of Immortal Affairs Palace Master and then take control of Little Crimson Heaven. Besides the Yuanyang sword, there is also the pure Yang set left by the Yuanyang ancestor, which is also very suitable. But nominally, it was in the hands of Chunyang Academy. He knew with his own eyes that Nangong Xunyu would never agree to give him the position of head of the Dance Weapon Academy. Left with no other choice, Chen Mobai had to give the Hayashin mirror to his fellow cultivators first. This was originally his natal magic weapon, and the process of studying it was as smooth as that of the tortoise treasure, without any resistance. However, the experience of using the various techniques of the Cantong Qi on the Hayashin mirror is completely different from that of using the turtle treasure. As he absorbed the essence of the same ginseng, Chen Mobai felt streams of intense heat surging from his purple mansion sea of consciousness, seeping into his entire body and merging into his essence, energy, and spirit. During this process, Chen Mobai felt that his fire spirit body was activated to its limit, and while absorbing the pure Yang essence, it was evolving towards the acquired pure Yang body. But during this process, Chen Mobai also began to discover that his physique was gradually changing. This is one of the drawbacks of using the same reference. Next, Chen Mobai could only hold onto the pure Yang scroll and move forward. If he found that he could not follow this path in the future and wanted to change it, he would have to destroy his foundation or even disintegrate and start over. But Chen Mobai didn't hesitate at all about this. He had already decided on this pure yang scripture after graduating from high school. Only this nascent soul transformation technique, which relies on resources, could enable him to reach the pinnacle of the immortal realm. If even the pure yang scroll couldn't make him reach the nascent soul stage, then other nascent soul techniques would be even less likely. Chen Mobai has never doubted his belief and viewpoint. After this process of mutual understanding, Chen Mobai also began to use the spiritual rhinoceros technique. It was at this moment that he understood what it felt like when Zhuo Ming communicated with spiritual plants using the spiritual rhinoceros technique of all things. He saw all the scenes and experiences of the Haitian mirror when it was in Yin Qingmei's hands, and this was only the beginning. There was an even longer timeline of this magical artifact to come. Chen Mobai immediately entered the state of the square-inch book, allowing himself to abandon all distracting thoughts, and then began to absorb and analyze all the information seen by the Tonkan Lingxi technique. After advancing through the heavenly tribulation, and then Chen Mobai transforming the 6 Yang divine fire mirror into the Haitian mirror, they continued to go against the current and entered a dark scene that spanned a huge period of time. This is the time it took for the 6 Yang divine fire mirror to be sealed within the artifact-containing sphere. Chen Mobai understood immediately. He then fast-forwarded through this section of the painting, and finally saw an old and frail golden core cultivator wearing a red and black robe with dancing weapons, sighing as he brought the 6 Yang divine fire mirror into the myriad treasures cave for sealing. This must be the former owner of the 6 Yang divine fire mirror. Before he passed away at the end of his life, he personally returned this natal magic weapon to the Taoist temple, hoping that it could find a better owner. He succeeded, because Chen Mobai got it. As the final section of the scroll unfolds, Chen Mobai continues to use the spirit rhinoceros technique to reverse the flow, witnessing the former owner of the 6 Yang divine fire mirror painstakingly collecting various precious Tier 3 materials within the immortal sect, preparing a plan, the refining process, and the final finished product. After seeing all this, the effects of the spiritual connection technique began to slowly dissipate. This is the entire history of the Haitian mirror. After exiting the Fangkun book state, Chen Mobai's emotions began to fluctuate wildly, and it took him most of the day to completely calm down. Then he once again used the technique of promotion recorded in the Kantonki. This technique is also considered by Chen Mobai to be the most powerful in the Kantonki. After using it, the conditions required for the Haitian mirror to advance to the next level began to clearly appear in his mind. Due to the limitations of the original materials used in the mirror, further improvements are practically impossible. After all, the best materials for refining the 6 Yang divine fire mirror are third-tier materials, and even a little bit of second-tier materials are mixed in. If Chen Mobai hadn't used a fourth-order frame made of longevity wood, and if Yin Qingmei hadn't persistently nurtured it until it developed spirituality, the Haitian mirror would probably have shattered when facing the heavenly tribulation. The spirit of a magical artifact can absorb energy suitable for itself, improve its material, and thus enhance its grade. For example, the purple lightning sword needs spirit stones because it wants to upgrade its materials to the 5th tier. The spiritual energy within a spirit stone is attribute-free and can be refined by the spirit of any magical artifact. Therefore, the immortal sects also use spirit stone to seal the 4th and 5th order magic artifacts they nurture. If Chen Mobai wanted to wait for the spirit of the Haitian mirror to absorb energy and complete its upgrade and leap, it might take hundreds of years. In that time, he estimated he could have reached the nascent soul stage. Chen Mobai continued practicing the technique of advancement, and soon, the process of replacing the low-grade materials in the Haitian mirror step by step appeared in his mind. This is equivalent to performing surgery on a magical artifact, replacing it little by little, and eventually replacing all the second and third-tier materials with higher-tier ones. Without the Haitian mirror realizing it, it was given a more powerful body. According to Chen Mobai's idea, they definitely need to be replaced with fourth-tier materials. There's definitely nothing we can do about the immortal sects, and it might be hard to find in the eastern wilderness, but we're sure to find something in the entire eastern continent. Just then, the Five Elements Merchant Guild, led by Yue Zudo, had already gone to the eastern lands. Chen Mobai planned to write a letter to Yue Zudo after he came out of seclusion, asking him to pay attention to the fourth-tier materials for the Hayashin Mirror's upgrade. Whether or not you can get it is another matter, just find out the details first. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai sensed a weak emotion emanating from the Hayashin Mirror and immediately stopped the Kantonki. After all, he's only at the 4th level, and he can't withstand such a long time of absorbing essence and refining himself. Then, out of curiosity, Chen Mobai used the reverse feeding technique again, and then deeply regretted it. Because it had just been used, the Hayashin Mirror began to freely absorb his pure yang spiritual power, and within a few breaths, half of his danshin was empty. Chen Mobai immediately stopped and then opened a small void to replenish his energy, thus preventing damage to his source. It's true that replenishing the 4th level with 3rd-level spiritual power requires a huge amount of energy. Chen Mobai sensed that only half of the pure yang spiritual power absorbed by the Hayashin Mirror was converted. After finishing practicing the various techniques in the Kantonki, Chen Mobai took out a Gijin pill and consumed it. However, since he was in the cultivation room of the Heaven Mending group, he didn't dare to fully absorb spiritual energy, because the effect of the returning to truth pill helped him absorb spiritual energy at a rate dozens of times higher than usual. Chen Mobai flicked his finger, activating the 10 high-grade spirit stones that had been placed beside him beforehand. These spirit stones formed a spirit gathering array. He even took out the crimson cloud and mist silk to conceal the movement. Even so, he still absorbed most of the 4th-order spiritual energy provided by the cultivation room, which surprised the group leader of the 5 groups in charge of the place. Thinking to himself that the group leader could absorb and refine so much spiritual energy so easily, he truly deserved to be a nascent soul cultivator. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Mobai slowly opened his eyes. He hung the inner vision of himself, the crown of heaven and earth and all living beings, on the pure yang scroll. Soon, the progress of 9% to the 8th level of the golden core realm appeared in his mind. One rejuvenation pill can only provide 9% of the progress now, which is much less efficient than when I first took it. Although he had expected this, he still couldn't help but sigh when he actually saw it. It seems that after the 3rd batch of the returning to truth pill is refined, he will no longer need to take it. He can simply put it on the Spirit Treasure Pavilion or sell it to the 5 Elements Merchant Guild as a commodity in the eastern land. However, Chen Mobai was not discouraged by this, since there were other pills in the immortal sects besides the returning to truth pill that could enhance spiritual power in the late stage of core formation. Since Kingnu is already in the eastern wilderness, let her work hard to choose a new elixir that is suitable for him to take as a pure yang scroll, and that can help him achieve the golden core stage as quickly as possible. The 5 Elements sect now unifies the eastern wilderness, and collecting the medicinal materials for 3rd-tier pills is almost no problem. Even if there are some rare main ingredients that are not available in the eastern wilderness, they can find a way to buy or exchange them in neighboring territories. Having thought of this, Chen Mobai stopped his seclusion and began consuming the returning to truth pill. He checked the time, put away the empty shells of the high-grade spirit stones and the crimson cloud smoke silk beside him, and after ensuring that no trace was left behind, he activated the gate and walked out. Team leader, you've emerged from seclusion. Outside the door, the group leader of Group 5 greeted him respectfully. End of this chapter. Chapter 772, The Arrival of the Nascent Soul. Chapter 772, The Arrival of the Nascent Soul. The retreat to practice the Cantong Chi took a month and a half. Time flies, and it's almost the end of the year again. After Chen Mobai emerged from seclusion, the first thing he did was approve Lin Yin's extended leave. Although, according to her wishes, she would wait until this year's affairs were settled before requesting leave next year to prepare for core formation. However, Chen Mobai understood her current state of mind very well. She was probably preoccupied with the formation of the golden core. Even if they're still in the sky mending group, their hearts are definitely no longer there. So he readily granted Lin Yin a long leave. During her leave to form her core, she retained her position as the deputy head of the Heaven Mending Group, but her work duties were temporarily delegated to Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan. To outsiders, it seemed that Chen Mobai was starting to promote his own people to positions of power. If Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan hadn't only been in the Patching Sky group for a little over a year and were still relatively inexperienced, Chen Mobai would probably have taken this opportunity to transfer Lin Yin's position as deputy group leader to one of them. Chen Mobai did indeed have this idea. However, this was partly Lan Haitian's own wish. He had already established himself in the Immortal Affairs Hall, but he didn't have many people he trusted, so he wanted to transfer Lin Yin, one of his own, there. It was for this reason that Lan High Genius asked Chen Mobai to help Lin Yin lock a golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, which can be regarded as using his own connections to help Lin Yin, his capable subordinate. However, this is also a win-win situation. After all, Lin Yin had been following Lan Haitian for decades. Even though she had a very pleasant working relationship with Chen Mobai, she was still not one of his own. Chen Mobai would definitely have doubts. When things really came down, how would Lin Yin choose between him and her former leader, Lan Haitian? Instead of doing that, it would be better to solve the problem at its root. Just then, Chen Mobai had already transferred Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan, the direct descendants of the Wuki lineage, into the Mending Group. Lin Yin also did his best to cooperate, handing over all the power and responsibilities he could to them. After Lin Yin obtained the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation pill through the Heaven Mending Group, regardless of whether she successfully forms her own core, Lan Haitian will arrange for her to be transferred to the Immortal Affairs Hall. After she left, Chen Mobai was already thinking about whether it would be better to let Hua Zijing or Zhuang Jialan take over the vacant position. However, Chen Mobai was quite grateful to Lan Haitian for this matter. If he hadn't kept Lin Yin with him, Chen Mobai wouldn't have been able to take over the Patching Heaven group so smoothly. It can only be said that the two, who belong to different camps, have a very good working relationship. Lan Haitian sometimes found it quite unbelievable. After all, after graduating he joined the Heaven Mending Group, and under the arrangement of the Lord of the Righteous Law Hall, he communicated and exchanged with various departments, spending 100 years to hone his political awareness and ability. However, Chen Mobai had little official experience, but after taking over the Wuki lineage, he handled things skillfully and communicated with various forces with ease and in an orderly manner. After Wang Shui, the former head, left the highest level, the Wuki lineage not only did not fall into chaos, but instead flourished under Chen Mobai's leadership. This guy is not only a genius in cultivation, but also a natural sage in terms of emotional intelligence in dealing with people. 3 years after Chen Mobai took charge of the weapon-wielding lineage, the other 3 lineages of the immortal sect gave him this evaluation. After receiving the leave slip, Lin Yin happily handed over all his work to Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan, and then couldn't wait to pack his bags and return to his hometown. Many people in the immortal sect have a strong belief in returning to their roots, believing that a part of their body, mind, and soul is in their homeland, where the success rate of breakthroughs will be higher. After seeing Lin Yin off, Chen Mobai called Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan into his office, and the 3 of them held a small internal meeting. Lin Yin will likely be in seclusion for several years to form her core. By the time the results are in, you two will have reached a similar level of seniority. At that time, she will be transferred to the Immortal Affairs Hall by Lan Haitian. Which of you two wants her position as the deputy head of the group? Chen Mobai got straight to the point. My senior is more suitable than me in terms of ability and personality, so let her do it. Just as Hua Zijing hesitated, Zhuang Jialan had already politely declined with a smile. Okay, it's settled then. Zijing will take over as deputy team leader, and Jialan will still be my secretary." Hearing this, Hua Zijing felt like she had been cheated. But at this moment, all she could do was nod and express her gratitude to Zhuang Jialan. "From now on, Zijing, you will take over all the work left by Lin Yin. I have confidence in your abilities, so go for it, I've got you covered." Chen Mobai's words made Hua Zijing's expression turn serious. Compared to being a secretary, the position of deputy team leader is definitely more difficult, but this also means that the next golden elixir of the Heaven Mending Group will be hers. Because of this, she wouldn't refuse. After dealing with the matter, Chen Mobai called Lan Haitian to explain, and the latter expressed his gratitude. Patching the Sky Group 2. In the highest level workshop, Chen Mobai placed a thumb-sized, third-tier purple-gold object on the surface of the Haitian mirror, and used the ascension technique of the Cantong Qi to replace the original second-tier red copper object inside the mirror. As time passed, a drop of molten copper seeped from the back of the mirror. At the same time, the purple gold that had long been melted by the great sun fire on the mirror's surface shimmered with luster, and some of it seeped in. As the purple gold seeped in and the red copper seeped out, Chen Mobai was also feeling the joy emanating from the Haitian mirror. It felt as if a lesion had been extracted from a patient's body, and then infused with even stronger vital energy, making the spirituality of this magical artifact seem even stronger. When the 6-yang divine fire mirror was being forged, because there wasn't enough third-tier purple gold, some second-tier red copper was used as a substitute. After Chen Mobai learned of this using his spiritual rhinoceros technique, he immediately used his authority to reserve the purple gold on the immortal sect network. In addition to this, he also used his connections to release a list of fourth-tier materials needed to upgrade the Haitian mirror. Besides his own Wuki Dao Academy and the friendly Jumeng Dao Academy, he also sent a copy to the Bushan Dao Academy and even to Lan Haitian's side. The point is to let those interested in the immortal sects know this. Because fourth-tier materials from immortal sects are extremely precious, these forces all have some stockpiles. Given Chen Mobai's status, he is qualified to obtain 1 or 2 types. However, the 4 major academies certainly wouldn't exchange this information. In this way, when Chen Mobai's Haitian mirror is updated using materials from the Tian realm, its spirituality greatly increases, and its grade is upgraded. They will only suspect that Chen Mobai obtained 4th-tier materials from other forces to upgrade his Kantonki. However, Chen Mobai still managed to reserve a piece of 4th-grade vermilion fire jade from the Wuki Dao Academy, a piece of 4th-grade golden dew from the Jumeng Dao Academy, and also applied to the Forestry Bureau for a piece of 4th-grade spirit wood. Only by mixing truth and falsehood can people gain trust. 7 days later, Chen Mobai completed the first upgrade of the Haitian mirror. The purple gold on the mirror's surface had completely melted and seeped into the mirror body, while a ball of red copper, the size of a pill, flowed and condensed at his fingertips like water. However, after completing this process, Chen Mobai felt that his interaction with the Haitian mirror was somewhat awkward. But this wasn't his fault. It was because after the update, the spirit hadn't quite adapted to its more powerful mirror body yet. After some time, this awkwardness would disappear. Subsequently, Chen Mobai used the Great Sun Yang God Fire cover that he had envisioned after the Haitian mirror was upgraded. Pure Yang Fire and Great Sun Fire can be refined using the pure Yang spiritual energy of the elixir fire, and then sublimated into Great Sun Yang Fire, one of the 6 great treasure flames of the immortal sect. Chen Mobai already has not enough time to improve his cultivation level, so he certainly wouldn't do something that would waste his time. However, the predecessor of the Haitian mirror, the 6-Yang Divine Fire mirror, possessed pure Yang Fire. As a magical artifact of the Crimson Emperor's universal illumination scripture, the Haitian mirror itself was capable of condensing Great Sun Fire. Furthermore, after studying with Chen Mobai, as long as its master released it, the artifact spirit could absorb the pure Yang spiritual power from the Danshan and Danshan. Therefore, under Chen Mobai's guidance, the spirit of the Haitian mirror actually cultivated the first wisp of Great Sun Yang fire. The combination of this Great Sun Yang fire and another inscribed spell, Profound Yang Divine Light, forms the Great Sun Yang Divine Fire cover, which integrates offense and defense. Chen Mobai tested it out. After the Great Sun Yang God Fire cover enveloped his entire body, any spell or artifact without the strength of the fourth rank would be reduced to ashes upon impact. And if the Haitian mirror is mastered to Great Sun Yang Fire, it is equivalent to Chen Mobai also mastering it. He also compared the golden flame of the crimson flame sword technique. Although the paths of the two are similar, the power of the golden flame, after being sublimated to its extreme, is only the fourth-order extreme Yang slash, while the Great Sun Yang Fire can continuously advance in rank as the pure Yang spiritual power increases. Chen Mobai even went so far as to introspect and try to see if he could replace the golden flame with the Great Sun Yang Fire, to unleash the extreme Yang slash. It turns out it really works. By then, the power of the extreme Yang slash will be able to break through the 4th tier low-grade level, and may even reach the 5th tier. Chen Mobai's talent and fire attribute is so great that he dares to say he is the #1 in the immortal sect. He didn't even need the enlightenment tea. He quickly completed the draft of the new extreme Yang slash based solely on his own understanding. Next, we need to keep refining and transforming the initial concept into a theoretically perfect spell. Chen Mobai checked the progress of the analysis of the longevity sword intent, which was still not ideal, so he put his inner vision on the new extreme Yang slash. Over the next few days, he made 6 consecutive adjustments. After confirming that the direction was correct, he focused on introspection, absorbed the Haitian mirror into his body, and prepared to leave seclusion. Outside the studio, after receiving the news, Zhang Rengang, the leader of Group 2, personally greeted Chen Mobai, his immediate superior. Chen Mobai chatted with him for a while to learn about the situation in the group during his seclusion. He found that everything was as before and nodded in satisfaction. A short while later, Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan also arrived. The two women followed Chen Mobai to his office and reported 2 matters that required his attention as the head of the group. First, to have the enforcement department reimburse the group's invoices and bonuses for the year as soon as possible. And second, to report the group's work progress this year to the Lord of the Righteous Law Hall. The matter at hand was very simple. Chen Mobai didn't even need to do it in person. He made a phone call to Wen Lianshan from his office, and the latter guaranteed that the merit would be transferred to the Patching Sky Group's account before the end-of-year holiday. The second thing was unavoidable. I had to set off, after all. I needed to report to my superiors. It was extremely rare that Chen Mobai actually saw Venerable Shuixian in the office of the master of the Zhengfa Hall today. Unfortunately, after he came in, Master Shuixian wrinkled his nose, as if he was not feeling well. "What kind of magic have you been practicing? The smell of fire is so strong." After hearing this, Chen Mobai looked bewildered, but soon he understood what the Narcissus Master meant. "I just finished cultivating the great Yang fire of the Day Master during my seclusion. That might be the reason." Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Gongsun Jilu, who was standing to the side, looked at him in shock. The 6 great treasure flames of the immortal sect are renowned. When cultivated to their peak, they are all powerful techniques comparable to immortal arts. Although I knew Chen Mobai was exceptionally talented, I didn't expect that he could still make such rapid progress while distracted by his work in the Heaven Mending Group. He even mastered the signature, Great Sun Yang Fire, of the pure Yang scroll at the core formation stage. No wonder he's a nascent soul cultivator. He has the potential to become an immortal. Don't practice such powerful fire attribute techniques before you come to see me next time. I'm extremely sensitive to this smell. Chen Mobai naturally nodded in agreement with what the Narcissus Master said. Thanks to this, after he finished his report, Master Shui Xian waved his hand to indicate that he could leave, and the report was considered complete. After returning to the Patching Sky Group, Chen Mobai gave Hua Zijing and Zhuang Jialan some instructions, and then took a break for himself. Of course, he didn't forget to say goodbye to Yan Bingxuan before leaving. He did ask Yan Bingxuan if she wanted to return to Dangxia City, but since her parents had already passed away and Xuanchuang Company had not yet gained a foothold in Wangwu Cave, she planned to stay and strive for her career. With regret, Chen Mobai could only bid her farewell. Meng Huinger was scheduled to perform at many New Year's Eve shows at the end of the year, and she was still away from home. So after saying a few words to a few friends, Chen Mobai returned to Dangxia City. That day, he stayed at home talking with his increasingly elderly parents, and Shi Wanyu and her daughter were also there. The family happily celebrated the new year together. "My son, I have no regrets in this life." The family of 5 sat on the sofa, watching the New Year's Eve gala on TV. Tang Penghui held her granddaughter's hand and suddenly said this with a kind expression. "Mom." Just as Chen Mobai was about to say something, Zhao Hai had already taken Tang Penghui's old hand and pointed to the big star appearing on the TV. This was her favorite senior from the Dance Weapon Academy. "Grandma, look, that's Senior Meng." Chen Mobai could only shake his head, and then pour tea into Chen Xinglan's empty teacup. After celebrating the Spring Festival, Chen Mobai told his family that he had made another breakthrough in his cultivation and went to the top of Dangxia Mountain for seclusion. Tianping Mountain. King Nu was processing all sorts of medicinal herbs, while Chen Mobai was refining the 5 elements essence of the year. Over at the Flying Dragon Pool, where Zhou Wangshan is stationed, 2 former disciples of the 5 Elements sect were fortunate enough to successfully establish their foundations by consuming elixirs. A foundation establishment cultivator can provide 10 portions of the 5 Elements essence each year. However, since the foundation establishment is based on the earth vein and the water vein respectively, there are only 10 more portions of earth element essence and water element essence. This has no effect on Chen Mobai, who needs a balance of the 5 elements. But this incident also gave him hope of mastering the Hunyuan True Qi. The 3 treasures of foundation establishment. This pill formula is easy to improve, but right now the main thing is to help you refine the spirit essence pill so that you can complete the core formation as soon as possible. After hearing Chen Mobai's idea, King Nu put down the medicinal herbs in her hand and spoke. The spirit essence pill is another type of pill used by immortal sects to enhance spiritual power in the late stage of core formation. It can even help cultivators who have reached the peak of core formation to accelerate the condensation of spiritual power into true qi. King Nu has been busy with this lately, and Chen Mobai even gave her half of his last remaining enlightenment tea. The spirit essence pill is important, and you need to refine it yourself. However, the refining of the 3 foundation establishment treasures can be assisted by the alchemy department of my sect. After you have completed the improvement of the pill formula, I will send them over to learn from you. Although alchemists like Zheng Wuyu and Yan Jin had weaker foundations compared to Qing Nu, they could still become pure alchemists if they focused on refining 1 or 2 types of pills. Alright, it just so happens that we still haven't found substitutes for the 3 main ingredients of the spirit essence pill. Let me use this time to help you train the alchemists in your sect. Qing Nu had always supported Chen Mobai. She nodded and silently wrote down the formulas for the 3 treasures of foundation establishment. Then she brewed a cup of enlightenment tea and began to improve the formulas by replacing them with local medicinal herbs from the heavenly river realm. After refining the 5 elements essence, Chen Mobai felt the second, nearly complete primordial true energy and couldn't help but smile. Then, he rode the purple and green twin swords into the sky and condensed another wisp of the 9 heavens' pure purple radiance qi. Just as he was preparing to spend the last few days of the Spring Festival holiday with King Nu, his eldest apprentice, Liu Wenbai, came to visit him. "Master, a letter from the Sun family of Eastern Wu." After hearing this, Chen Mobai's expression turned serious. Could it be that Sun Huangji has successfully achieved nascent soul stage and is here to show off his power? With this thought in mind, Chen Mobai took the letter, opened it, and couldn't help but relax his brows. The letter came from Sun Huangling, the current head of the Sun family. She had heard that Chen Mobai possessed the inner core of an earth elemental demon beast and wanted to obtain it to use as the main ingredient in a pill formula. As long as it's not Sun Huangji who has achieved the nascent soul stage, that's fine. Chen Mobai had a mixed feeling of fear that his neighbor wouldn't be able to withstand the monsters of Yunmeng's, and also fear that his neighbor would successfully achieve nascent soul stage. However, he had no prejudice against the Sun family of Eastern Wu. Since Sun Huangling had sent him a letter, he would definitely help them. After all, the Sun family had given him face when it came to the azure silver grass incident. Fortunately, Chen Mobai still had 2 inner cores of earth elemental demon beasts in his possession. Originally, the plan was to refine them all into external golden pills, but because Zhang Zibo was requisitioned by the Sun family to refine other pills, they were left in the storage bag. Now that the Sun family wants it, he is willing to repay this favor. This is also a good opportunity to exchange a water attribute heterodox golden core with the Sun family for Qingnu. Over the years, the Sun family has fought in Yunmeng Marsh and accumulated a lot of inner cores of third-tier demon beasts, most of which are water attribute. Deliver this to your senior brother in Nujiang and then give him this letter. He will know what to do. Because Nujiang owed a favor regarding the azure silver grass incident, Chen Mobai should make him repay it this time. Yes, master. After Liu Wenbai left, Chen Mobai was about to continue refining his pure yang true qi when he received an urgent letter from Yuan Che. It was Qi Rui who personally traveled halfway across the eastern wilderness and delivered it to him at Tianpeng Mountain. The contents of the letter also shocked Chen Mobai greatly. A nascent soul cultivator has arrived in Beiyuan City. After reading Yuan Che's letter, Chen Mobai didn't dare to delay. He told Qingnu and immediately led Qi Rui back to Jumu Ridge. After receiving his notification, Zhou Shenking and Fu Zhangju immediately rushed to his Longevity Wood Taoist temple. The wooden Qin ancestor of Kongseng Valley, why would he come to the eastern wilderness? After reading the letter, Zhou Shenking frowned, looking completely puzzled. Of the 3 major sects of Dongyi, only the 2 from Kongseng Valley have no reason to oppose their 5-element sect. The only enemies of their 5-element sect are the Xuanxiao Dao Palace and the Yu Rai Sea. Let's not worry about that for now. Since Ancestor Mukin has entered Beiyuan City and hasn't made any moves, he's obviously waiting for us. It's a bit impolite to keep a nascent soul cultivator waiting. Chen Mobai calmly analyzed the situation. Regardless of the purpose of this nascent soul cultivator from Kongseng Valley coming to the eastern wilderness, they, as the hosts, had to go and welcome him. Well then, I'll trouble junior brother Fu to stay and oversee the sect. Junior brother Chen and I will go to Beiyuan City to see what this old ancestor Mukin is really up to. Zhou Shenking nodded in agreement with Chen Mobai's idea. Without wasting any more time, they immediately took the teleportation array and headed towards Beiyuan City at top speed. At the same time, Fu Zhang, who also sent someone to Jin Guang Cliff to inform Mo Duguang that after taking the Gijin pill, the latter easily completed the process of accumulating spiritual power and reached the perfect state of core formation. According to the locals, one should always be prepared for the worst when dealing with outsiders. After Mo Duguang completes his core formation, he can at least suppress any cultivator below the nascent soul stage. With him, Chen Mobai, and Zhou Shenking, unless both of the 2 nascent soul cultivators from Kongseng Valley come, the 3 of them can hold their own. After arriving in Beiyuan City, Zhou Shenking hid himself to see what the old ancestor Mukin wanted to do. Chen Mobai sought out Yuan Che to learn more about the situation. They discovered that the old ancestor of the wooden zither did not come alone, but brought with him 2 core formation cultivators, 13 foundation establishment cultivators, and dozens of qi refining cultivators. They traveled in a flying boat from Dongyi, traversed the desolate ruins, and arrived at Beiyuan City. Yuan Che didn't even get to see the old ancestor Mukin. It was only a core formation cultivator from Kongseng Valley, true person Mingwen, who came to his door and told him about the arrival of his master, the old ancestor Mukin. With his mere foundation establishment stage, he naturally dared not covet the presence of a nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, a dignified core formation cultivator would certainly not joke with him, so he immediately wrote a letter about the matter and had Chi Rui personally deliver it to Chen Mobai. Then let me meet this Mingwen in person first. After hearing this, Chen Mobai asked Yuan Che to go and invite him. Before long, the disciple of the wooden Qin ancestor arrived at the main hall of Beiyuan City. Mingwen Zhenren is a beautiful woman in palace attire with a bright face but faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. Yuan Che has been inquiring about her background these days. Besides being the disciple of the old master of the wooden Qin, she was also the junior sister of Master Kuzhu. But he is also quite old, reportedly over 300 years old. Greetings, sect leader Chen. When Mingwen entered, she saw the distinguished Chen Mobai and politely bowed first. I have long admired the reputation of Kongseng Valley, but I never expected to have the opportunity to meet a cultivator from your esteemed sect. It is truly an honor. Chen Mobai was very polite and invited Mingwen to take a seat. Although their five-element sect has unified the eastern wilderness in the heavenly river realm, they still cannot compare with Kongseng Valley because they do not yet have any openly recognized nascent soul cultivators. They have two nascent soul cultivators. The main reason for our visit is that my master is getting old and wants to find a beautiful place to retire in the last few years of his life. I wonder if sect leader Chen could lend us a fourth-grade spiritual land so that my master and the rest of us can live and cultivate. After exchanging pleasantries, Master Mingwen didn't keep anyone in suspense and directly explained the reason why ancestor Mukin had come. The eastern wilderness is barren. I'm afraid there are no fourth-order spiritual veins that would satisfy your sect. After hearing this, Chen Mobai refused without even thinking. Are you kidding me? He went through a lot of trouble to wipe out the other major sects in the eastern wilderness, and only then did he manage to occupy some fourth-tier spiritual lands. For Kongseng Valley to think it can borrow a piece of land with just empty words is simply wishful thinking. Sect leader Chen, please rest assured that after we serve our master until he passes away, we will return this spiritual land to you. Moreover, we are willing to pay 100 high-grade spirit stones as a rental fee every year. Please forgive me, Master Mingwen, but the fourth-order spiritual veins under our sect's jurisdiction all have indispensable and important responsibilities, and none of them can be lent out. When Chen Mobai was a child, he had heard a story about a certain immortal sect that borrowed something and never returned it. Moreover, it was being used as a residence for a nascent soul cultivator. If a large array was set up, the five-element sect would not be able to move such a being. Besides, he was about to completely clear out the eastern wilderness and turn it into a solid block belonging only to himself. So how could he possibly allow such a powerful neighbor to enter? Sect leader Chen, there is actually another solution that can satisfy both of us. I wonder if you would be willing to accept it. But at this moment, Mingwen Zhenren smiled and said something that made Chen Mobai frown slightly. Please speak. I've heard that the fourth-order spiritual vein in Huishan Valley is quite good. It doesn't belong to your five-element sect, so why don't I go and borrow one? Sect leader Chen can also use us to completely eradicate this last force in the eastern wilderness that doesn't belong to your five-element sect. Mingwen's words were very direct. This local mindset left Chen Mobai completely stunned. End of this chapter. Chapter 773, Nascent Soul Clash. Chapter 773, Nascent Soul Clash. Yan Shayan is dead. This was the first thought that popped into Chen Mobai's mind after hearing what Mingwen Zhenren said. Although Huishan Valley was weak, it still had Xingshan Dao sect behind it. Even Chen Mobai had been planning for a long time, intending to use a roundabout method to send Yan Shayan away, and then find a way to make Huishan Valley surrender to the five-element sect, so as not to give Xingshan Dao sect any reason or excuse to take action. Now, Kongseng Valley, far away in Dongyi, has actually set its sights on Huishan Valley, a major sect in the eastern wilderness, wanting to devour it whole. It must have obtained some information that Chen Mobai is unaware of. The simplest explanation is that Yan Shayan failed to achieve nascent soul and has passed away peacefully in Mount Dongyu. At this moment, Chen Mobai once again lamented that the five-element sect's intelligence work in the heavenly river realm was too backward, or rather, that outside the eastern wilderness, there was simply no intelligence to speak of. But regardless of whether Yan Shayan is dead or not, Chen Mobai has already regarded the entire eastern wilderness as his own prey and will not allow anyone to share it. Huishan Valley and my five-element sect are allies, both being major sects in the eastern wilderness. I will not allow your sect to do such a thing as a usurper. Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment before giving his refusal again. Sect leader Chen, my master is waiting for the results of our discussion today. Upon hearing this, Mingwen Zhenren's eyes turned cold, and she spoke with a hidden threat. If Master Mukin is not satisfied, then let her come to me. However, Chen Mobai calmly uttered a sentence that made Mingwen Zhenren frown. Sect leader Chen, if I remember correctly, your five-element sect has not had a second nascent soul cultivator since the passing of the primordial ancestor. Mingwen thought she hadn't hinted enough, so she continued to speak, making her threats more explicit. In that case, what is your sect waiting for? Why not have Master Mukin take action directly? Chen Mobai smiled and asked a question in return. Sect leader Chen truly lives up to his reputation as the #1 killing god of the eastern wilderness. He certainly has guts. After hearing this, Master Mingwen left these words with a livid face, then turned and left the main hall. Junior brother Chen, junior brother Mo will arrive tonight. Should we strike first? Just after Mingwen Zhenren left, Zhou Shenking came out from the back hall and asked a question with murderous intent in his eyes. Fighting and killing are only used when absolutely necessary. If a solution can be reached through negotiation, I am quite willing to persuade Master Mukin with words. Chen Mobai shook his head and said something that Zhou Shenking found very strange. Would the nascent soul sect be willing to negotiate with the golden core sect? In the heavenly river realm, the difference is as great as heaven and earth. For example, foundation establishment families are vassals in front of the major sects of the eastern wilderness, and they even have to express their gratitude to be vassals. Not to mention the even greater realms of golden core and nascent soul. As you know, nascent soul cultivators would never lower themselves to negotiate with a golden core sect like ours. They would usually speak with a commanding tone. But this time, Kongseng Valley was very polite. They even waited for us to arrive before sending someone to negotiate. Don't you find that strange, senior brother? Chen Mobai's words made Zhou Shenking think deeply, and he couldn't help but nod, finding them very reasonable. This means that Kongseng Valley needs our help and won't rashly turn against us. After thinking about this, Zhou Shenking thought to himself that he was indeed a genius junior brother who could lead the five-element sect to unify the eastern wilderness. If he were in this situation, he would definitely only have the word kill in his mind. No, there is another possibility, that none of the Kongseng Valley cultivators who came this time have the strength of the nascent soul stage. Chen Mobai shook his head and said something that startled Zhou Shenking. Junior brother means. Perhaps something has happened to Ancestor Mukin. Did he come to the eastern wilderness to seek refuge or recuperate? Chen Mobai nodded. Based on his understanding of the locals, it was absolutely impossible for a nascent soul cultivator to personally descend upon a golden core sect in such a manner. This situation only occurs when a nascent soul is no longer a nascent soul, or has lost the strength of a nascent soul. Then we need to act even faster. Zhou Shenking also thought it made a lot of sense. He looked at the cave dwelling in Baiyuan City where Kongseng Valley lived, and his killing intent intensified. Senior brother, calm down. After all, it's just a guess. Let's wait for their response. Anyway, with you here, our five-element sect has nothing to fear. Just as Chen Mobai and his fellow disciple were talking, true person Mingwen arrived at the entrance of a third-tier cave dwelling. This was purchased immediately after the cultivators from Kongsang Valley arrived in Baiyuan City by flying boat. Originally, there were no vacant third-tier cave dwellings. However, thanks to the reputation of Kongsang Valley, a foundation establishment family quickly sold it at the original price. The nascent soul cultivator, Ancestor Mukin, resides here. After Mingwen Zhenren paused at the door for a moment, she heard a voice transmission telling her to come in. Inside the cave dwelling was an aged-looking cultivator. The wrinkles on her face resembled tree bark, and her hands were as thin as withered branches. However, her eyes were deep and bright, like a starry night sky, revealing the light of wisdom. Master, sect leader Chen has rejected our proposal. Mingwen first reported the outcome of the matter. Upon hearing this, the old ancestor of the wooden chin remained expressionless and instead inquired about the details of their conversation. Mingwen Zhenren recounted her conversation with Chen Mobai word for word without any deletions or alterations. After she finished speaking, Mukin Leazu closed her eyes, seemingly deep in thought. What a capable person! The Shenmu sect was able to split off from the mere five-element sect, and within 60 years, it destroyed major sects such as the Mountain of Shaking Peak, reorganized the 5 elements and 5 lineages, and unified the Eastern Wilderness. This person's ability is the most crucial factor. After reflecting on the conversation between Chen Mobai and Mingwen Zhenren, Mukin Leazu realized that his situation might have been noticed by Chen, the head of the 5-element sect. Then, Master, what should we do next? Mingwen Zhenren looked at the aged Mukin ancestor with some worry and asked. She knew that although her master was still a nascent soul cultivator, every time he made a move, he was taking a further step towards death. In my name, arrange a meeting with this sect leader Chen. Let him decide the location and time. The old master of the xylophone said it in a calm tone. Master, it's all my fault for being so useless. I couldn't even subdue a mere golden core sect in the Eastern Wilderness. Upon hearing this, Mingwen Zhenren knew that her master was going to bully the weak with his nascent soul cultivation, and she couldn't help but feel guilty. Go. But the old ancestor of the wooden chin did not respond to her words. Instead, he closed his eyes and waved his hand to signal her to step back. After leaving the third-tier cave, true person Mingwen glanced in the direction of the main hall of Baiyuan City and frowned slightly. She had just made some harsh remarks to Chen Mobai, so if she invited him now, wouldn't she be contradicting herself? She decided to find someone else. However, Yi Chenghen, another core formation cultivator in the group, shook his head repeatedly after hearing this, indicating that he would not go. After all, to the 5-element sect, they were like powerful dragons crossing the river. If they were misunderstood, they might be used as a sacrifice. Junior sister, you should find someone more capable. Upon hearing Yi Chenghen's words, Mingwen Zhenren could only frown and retreat, then summoned her 3 foundation establishment disciples. Lingli, why don't you go there? Finally, Master Mingwen chose her 3rd disciple, Xiao Lingli. The latter immediately nodded respectfully, took the letter from her master, and headed towards the main hall of Baiyuan City. Chen Mobai received a message from Yuan Chi, saying that a disciple from Kongsang Valley had come to deliver a letter. Greetings, sect leader Chen. After Xiao Lingli entered, she immediately bowed. Halfway through the bow, she saw that handsome and refined face that was etched in her heart. She paused for a moment, but quickly composed herself and handed over the letter with even greater respect. I remember seeing you before, in the desolate ruins, right? Having reached Chen Mobai's level of cultivation, he already possessed photographic memory. Although he hadn't seen her for decades, the once young and beautiful female cultivator had transformed into a mature and beautiful young woman, but her features remained almost unchanged, and he recognized her at a glance. Yes, I didn't have a chance to thank sect leader Chen back then. If it weren't for your help, I would have definitely died at the hands of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. When Chen Mobai had just returned to the Heavenly River realm after forming his core, before encountering Tai Sui, he met Xiao Lingli, who was being chased by the Xuanxiao Dao Palace and rescued her. However, without giving her any chance to talk, he left directly, his mind preoccupied with the sect. "It's just a small favor. Please deliver this letter to Master Mukin." Chen Mobai smiled and nodded, then picked up a pen and paper and set the time and place for the meeting. Tonight, Tianqinlu. Xiao Lingli returned immediately after going back. It was still a letter. After Chen Mobai opened it, he only had one word: good. Time flew by and it was evening. A golden light flashed, and Mo Duguang stepped out of the teleportation array in Beiyuan City. His chilling aura made all the cultivators dare not approach. "Senior brother Mo, congratulations on your great achievement in cultivation." Chen Mobai flew over to personally greet Mo Duguang, who smiled faintly when he saw him. The two headed towards the Tianqinlu restaurant together. Zhou Shenking was already sitting in the next private room where they were supposed to meet. Knowing that tonight was for entertaining nascent soul cultivators, Shen Shanking put in extra effort, preparing a table of his best spiritual dishes. When the appointed time arrived, Chen Mobai felt an indescribable, powerful pressure coming from downstairs. A short while later, Shen Shanking came up with 3 people. The one in the lead should be the old ancestor of the wooden chin. She wore a bamboo hat with wisps of pure air hanging down, obscuring her face. Chen Mobai glanced at the hat and his eyelids twitched involuntarily, because he could tell that it was woven from 4th-grade high-quality pure bamboo, and that the material's properties had been used to create a 4th-grade magical artifact. As the old ancestor of the wooden chin sat down with his 2 core formation disciples, Mingwen and Yi Chenghen, Chen Mobai carefully examined the bamboo hat again and discovered that this 4th-order magic weapon should not have a spirit. He breathed a slight sigh of relief. "Sect leader Chen, I've long admired your name." The old master of the woodblock was the first to speak. Her voice was like the winter sun, or like clear lake water, carrying both gentleness and depth. "It is my great honor to have the opportunity to pay homage to a nascent soul cultivator." Chen Mobai responded humbly, and then personally opened a small bottle of 4th-tier peach wine. "This must be Master Mo from the metal lineage of your 5-element sect. His aura is fierce, and his sword light is sharp. It seems he is not far from reaching the nascent soul stage." The old ancestor of the wooden chin then turned to look at Mo Duguang, who was sitting next to Chen Mobai, and immediately recognized the latter's cultivation level. "Not at all. Senior brother Mo has just completed the core formation and needs to settle down for a while longer." Knowing that Mo Duguang was not good at speaking and socializing, Chen Mobai immediately took over the conversation. Upon hearing his words, Mingwen and Yi Chenghen couldn't help but show surprise. Keep in mind that even after 300 years of cultivation, they were only at the late or middle stage of the golden core realm. "I never expected that the mere 5-element sect of the eastern wilderness could produce a cultivator who had reached the peak of core formation. It seems that sect leader Chen is not going to give in easily today." The two exchanged a glance, both realizing the same thing. However, when their gaze fell upon the old man with the wooden zither in front of them, they were filled with confidence again. Even if someone has reached the peak of core formation, they are no different from those who are at the nascent soul stage. They are all powerless to fight back. Having read this far, they calmed down, looking at Chen Mobai and Mo Duguang opposite them with their eyes once again calm and composed. "Sect leader Chen, I am getting old and need a 4th-order spiritual vein for my retirement. I wonder if you could lend me one." The old master of the xylophone didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his needs. "I already rejected Mingwen Zhenren before, didn't she tell you?" Chen Mobai still refused. "Sect leader Chen, you can refuse her, but you can't refuse me." Upon hearing this, the old ancestor of the wooden chin raised his voice, and as he spoke, the powerful pressure of a nascent soul cultivator caused the entire heavenly dining pavilion to suddenly tremble. Chen Mobai even felt the air around him being drawn away, and he felt a suffocating heaviness. With a soft hum, Mo Duguang's eyes shone with golden light, and his sword energy, which had reached the peak of core formation, suddenly erupted. He was like a sharp sword soaring into the sky, and he actually broke through the oppressive aura of the old ancestor Mukin. as expected of a sword cultivator. The old ancestor of the wooden chin saw something, calmly commented, then lifted his wine cup on the table, flicked it gently, and the crystal-clear wine splashed out, turning into a transparent circle that landed on Mo Duguang's head. Mo Duguang's eyes shone even brighter, and his whole being seemed like a sword, emitting a clear, thunderous sound. The transparent circle formed by the wine was blocked, but the old ancestor of the wooden chin gently blew a breath, and a wisp of pure air falling from the bamboo hat on her head was blown out and merged into the transparent circle. At this moment, Mo Duguang's sword finally gave way, and his body, which had been standing up, was slowly pressed back down onto the seat, and he was about to be completely bound. Amidst the clanging sounds, a purple sword blade emerged from the void, and with Chen Mobai's thought, pierced the transparent ring of wine infused with pure energy. The purple lightning sword erupted with dazzling light, and with a deafening roar, it completely cleaved the transparent ring of wine in two. Is this the holy sword of the longevity sect that sect leader Chen wields? It's quite impressive. The old master of the wooden chin, seeing this scene, still had the mood to comment. Then she blew out two more wisps of clear air, which flew out and merged into the divided wine. Instantly, two transparent circles formed and landed on Chen Mobai and Mo Duguang's heads respectively, as if carrying immense weight and falling slowly with irresistible force. Chen Mobai once again wielded the purple lightning sword to block, but found that the sword was emanating an emotion of being overwhelmed. Is this the power of a nascent soul cultivator? Chen Mobai couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Fortunately, the Five Elements sect also has one, otherwise we would probably have been humiliated today. You are a guest from afar, so we are treating you with great courtesy. Master Mukin, you are bullying the weak, so don't blame us for bullying the few with the many. As Zhou Shenking's voice rang out, two clear and flawless light needles flew out from the next room and pierced into the two transparent rings of wine in the blink of an eye. Then a terrifying shockwave, which sent chills down the spines of half of Baiyuan City, began to spread from the top floor of the Tianqin Tower. Having already received instructions, Yuan Che immediately led the Foundation establishment cultivators of the Five Elements sect in the city to activate the Sumeru Nine Palaces formation. Although this formation is only at the third level, it is still sufficient to stabilize the immortal city and suppress the remaining Foundation establishment and Qi refining disciples in Kongsang Valley. However, the old ancestor of the wooden chin did not use her full strength, so Zhou Shenking only used the same amount of power to neutralize her magic. As soon as the heavenly wood divine needle dispelled the fragrance of the wine, it vanished without a trace. Shen Shanking, who almost thought that Tianqinlu was about to collapse, put down the spoon in his hand in the kitchen, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and his heart was pounding. This is definitely a battle between nascent soul-level cultivators. The Five Elements sect truly has such a foundation. Shen Shanking vaguely knew some things. After all, when Bingyun Shangren rushed over with great momentum, he was eventually stopped by the Five Elements sect in the desolate ruins outside the eastern wilderness. It can be seen that there must have been a nascent soul cultivator who took action. Although the later version of events was that sect leader Chen absorbed the power of the Five Elements Dao soldiers and raised his myriad Dharma body to the nascent soul level. But Shen Shanking felt that things might not be so simple. This time, at his heavenly restaurant, he was certain that the Five Elements sect had not gathered Five Elements Dao soldiers in Baiyuan City, but they still managed to block Master Mukin head-on. This means that the Five Elements sect has a nascent soul combatant that can be regularly deployed. Even a true nascent soul cultivator. Thinking about this, Shen Shanking felt even more that his choice to stay close to the Five Elements sect was absolutely correct. Perhaps in the future, he will be able to return to the east with the help of the Five Elements sect. The top floor of the Tianqin building. The old master of the wooden chin fell silent. Her two disciples, Mingwen and Yi Chenghen, looked at the private room next door with shocked expressions. The wall had already been pierced by two small holes by the heavenly wood divine needle, but they dared not use their divine sense or eyes to probe through them to see which nascent soul cultivator it was. But one thing is certain, this nascent soul cultivator is definitely from the Five Elements sect. Thinking about this, Mukin also felt that it was somewhat rash of her to bring the sect disciples to the eastern wilderness to find a way out. "May I ask your name, fellow Taoist?" Although it was just a simple exchange, Mukin was certain that the person in the next private room was a genuine nascent soul cultivator. In that case, it's no longer possible to use power to intimidate others. After all, her current lifespan is no longer sufficient to support her in going all out and fighting against cultivators of the same level. Then the only option left is to show goodwill. The Wood Vein of the Five Elements sect, Zhou Shenking. This name came from the next private room. "I never expected that you would actually succeed in forming your nascent soul. Since the old ancestor Mukin brought his disciples to the eastern wilderness to find a way out, he must have investigated the situation of the Five Elements sect, the overlord of the eastern wilderness. When Zhou Shenking formed his nascent soul, news of his massacre spread throughout the entire eastern barbarian lands, following the defeat of the Xuanxiao Dao Palace. However, as decades passed, Zhou Shenking did not appear. Almost everyone believed that after failing to form his nascent soul, he used a secret technique to burn his last bit of essence and spirit to kill his enemy. He should have passed away by now. Even the legendary Qin master thought so. But she never expected that Zhou Shenking had actually succeeded in forming his nascent soul and had kept it hidden for so long. However, this was also due to her lack of complete information. Because Kongseng Valley was blocked at its doorstep by Yu Rai Hai and Xuan Zio Dao Palace, all the intelligence was collected before the war. If Mukin knew that Bingyun Shangren had returned empty-handed in the eastern wilderness, she might have been able to make this connection. But now she has arrived in Baiyuan City and has offended the Five Elements sect. This makes things a bit difficult to handle. "Junior brother, I'll kill this woman, you kill this man. Senior brother Joe, you just need to hold off the nascent soul cultivator and give us some time." At this moment, Mo Duguang stood up with the longevity sword in his hand and an icy expression, and spoke his first words of the day. His gaze had already turned to Mingwen Zhenren, who was in the late stage of core formation. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment, but his hand had already gripped the purple lightning sword. At the same time, his powerful spiritual energy, which was close to the perfection of the core formation stage, surged towards Yi Chenghen opposite him as he stood up. "Sect leader Chen, this is all a misunderstanding." Yi Chenghen, who was only in the mid-stage of core formation, sensed the difference in his cultivation level compared to Chen Mobai. After looking at the purple lightning sword in Chen Mobai's hand, he immediately stood up and waved his hands repeatedly, while signaling to true person Mingwen with his eyes. They wanted her to persuade the old ancestor of the wooden zither. "Brother Joe, I was wrong in this matter, and I apologize to you here." Finally, the old ancestor of the wooden chin spoke, and as she spoke, she took off her bamboo hat. The old and frail face surprised Chen Mobai, who was also somewhat bewildered. "Although I don't have much time left to live, if I fight hard, I can still take this immortal city with me." As the old ancestor of the wooden chin spoke, he condensed the pure energy from his bamboo hat into a single stream, then released it, letting it seep into the floor and dissipate into the earth. At that instant, Chen Mobai's expression changed. He walked to the window on the top floor, activated his insightful eyes, and saw that the Sumeru Nine Palaces formation, which originally covered the entire Baiyuan city, had stopped operating at this moment. "I've long heard that Master Mukin is the #1 array master in the Eastern Barbarians. He truly is amazing." At this moment, Zhou Shenking's words came from the next private room, reminding Chen Mobai that if he really wanted to kill Mukin ancestor here, what she said might very well come true. Nascent soul cultivators are indeed difficult to kill. Chen Mobai sighed inwardly, but he had only planned to flex his muscles tonight and did not intend to completely fall out with Kongseng Valley. "Brother Mo, everyone makes mistakes. We should give our distinguished guest a chance to atone for his sins." As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Mo Duguang frowned slightly, but still put away the longevity sword and sat down again. Only then did Mingwen dare to breathe. Just now, she was locked onto by Mo Duguang's piercing gaze, as if 1,000 swords were pressed against her body, forcing her to frantically circulate her spiritual power, concentrate on her work, and not even dare to breathe. The five-element sect's strength is truly terrifying. At this moment, Mingwen realized how naive and ridiculous her threats to Chen Mobai during the day had been. Indeed, sects that can become regional hegemons are not simple. The fact that Zhou Shenking had achieved nascent soul was kept secret for decades. This was supposed to be a killing move reserved for Xuanxiao Dao Palace, but unexpectedly, it was run into by Kongseng Valley. By this time, the old ancestor of the wooden chin had roughly figured it out. She took out a section of crystal-clear bamboo from her storage bag and handed it to Chen Mobai. "This is a fourth-grade high-quality pure bamboo. If sect leader Chen refines it, it can raise your spiritual sense to the perfect core formation stage." Using this to apologize shows the sincerity of the old master of the xylophone. Chen Mobai's eyes lit up after hearing this. It just so happens that his progress on the phoenix rising to the sun painting is a bit slow. With this, he might be able to break through directly to the third level, the drinking with etiquette realm. However, the opportunity to make a nascent soul cultivator bleed is extremely rare, so although Chen Mobai really wanted it, he remained silent. "I will lead my disciples away from the eastern wilderness." The old master of the xylophone made another guarantee. Where does the venerable master intend to stay? At this moment, Chen Mobai also realized that the Mukin ancestor was probably leading this group of people to find a way out and leave behind the inheritance of the Kongseng Valley lineage. "What about Yunmeng Marsh? I've heard it's rife with demonic beasts. Even with my crippled body, if that poisonous dragon were to emerge, I could hold it off for a while. My disciples can also help you share some of the burden of these demonic beasts." After hearing what the old ancestor Mukin said, Chen Mobai knew that she must have done a thorough investigation before coming to the eastern wilderness. The land of Yunmeng Marsh has always been divided between our five-element sect and Eastern Wu. After the poisonous dragon is eliminated, the rich water resources there will also belong to our five-element sect. But after thinking about it, Chen Mobai still did not agree. "In that case, I will lead my disciples to the desolate ruins." The old master of the wooden zither sighed and told me his final plans. "It's all right while she's around to establish a new training ground in the desolate ruins, but if she leaves, relying solely on her two core formation disciples might not be enough to establish a firm foothold. If we were in the desolate ruins, my Baiyuan city would be willing to supply your sect with all its resources." Chen Mobai actually wanted to refuse. After all, the wasteland was another future territory that he had his eye on, especially the surrounding wasteland. But if we refuse again, Xylophone might really turn hostile. We should still give some consideration to the fate of a nascent soul cultivator. And most importantly, there's the matter of the desolate ruins. His five-element sect truly lacks sovereignty, and for the time being, he couldn't think of any excuse to refuse. End of this chapter. Chapter 774, Refining the Pure Bamboo. Chapter 774, Refining the Pure Bamboo. After the major differences were resolved, the atmosphere between the two sides began to ease. Chen Mobai even poured another cup of peach wine for the wooden chin ancestor. During the conversation, Chen Mobai learned that the old ancestor Mukin lived in a cave dwelling with third-order spiritual energy. He immediately said that as a dignified nascent soul cultivator, how could he be so wronged? He immediately ordered someone to prepare a fourth-order cave dwelling on the top of Baiyuan Mountain. The fourth-tier cave dwellings in Baiyuan Mountain are the highest level, but they are not for sale to the public. These are all reserved for Chen Mobai and other high-ranking members of the five-element sect to live in when they come over, because the fourth-order spiritual vein of this immortal city was only recently upgraded, so there are only 10 rooms available. However, this situation will improve this year because the longevity soil on the mountaintop has been upgraded. Chen Mobai invited Zhuo Ming to come here whenever she has time and use the spiritual connection of all things to communicate with the Golden Sun spirit tree at the peak of the third tier on the mountaintop. When the time is right in summer, she can enlighten it to advance to the next tier. Chen Mobai had already poured the entire tube of fourth-order myriad transformation, thunder water, into the Golden Sun spirit tree, and he could feel its vitality growing stronger every day. Compared to the one on Mount Liujia, the Golden Sun spirit tree in Baiyuan City seems to have a stronger spiritual power. Perhaps it can level up on its own without Chen Mobai's help. Once the Golden Sun spirit tree advances to the level of a mature tree, Chen Mobai can have the people from the array department and the spirit vein department come over to continue throwing spirit stones to upgrade the spirit vein. By then, a fourth-tier cave dwelling could expand to dozens or even hundreds of rooms. When core formation cultivators from the 5-element sect come to Baiyuan City, Yuan Che will arrange fourth-tier cave dwellings for them. Among them, the cave dwellings of Chen Mobai, Fu Zhangju, Zhou Shenking, and Mo Duguang are fixed and unchanging, and can be considered their private property. Master Mukin declined slightly, but then accepted. After all, as a nascent soul cultivator, if she didn't have a fourth-order spiritual vein to supply her, relying solely on spirit stones to sustain her daily cultivation would be too costly. Moreover, taking over the cave dwelling can be considered one of the ways to resolve grudges. After exchanging a few words, the old master of the wooden zither took his leave. Chen Mobai personally escorted her and her 2 disciples to the entrance of Tianqinlu. Master, please keep the news of senior brother Zhou's nascent soul formation a secret. This is a trump card that our sect prepared for Xuanxiao Dao Palace. If your Kongseng Valley had not fought against Xuanxiao Dao Palace, ancestor Jinfeng would probably be dead in our eastern wilderness by now. As the 3, including the old ancestor of the wooden chin, were about to leave, Chen Mobai cast a soundproof spell and then spoke. I see. After hearing his words, the old ancestor Mukin looked up at the rooftop and nodded gently. Meanwhile, Mingwen and Yi Chenghen on the other side were filled with regret. If I had known earlier, I would definitely have stopped Ku Zhu from pursuing his revenge. But it's too late now. They only hope that the 5-element sect can help them deal with the Xuanxiao Dao Palace in the future. After watching the 3 leave, Chen Mobai exchanged a few words with Shen Shanking, who had chased after him after receiving the news, and then returned to the private room on the rooftop. Junior brother, ancestor Mukin wouldn't come to the eastern wilderness for no reason, and she even took a fancy to the Huishan Valley's property. Do you think she might have got information about Yan Shayan from somewhere? When only their own people were left, Zhou Shenking came over from the next private room and said what he had been thinking. As a nascent soul cultivator, if he were to directly confront the old ancestor of the wooden harp, the latter would definitely see through his disguise. So this time he stayed next door the whole time, only using the heavenly wood divine needle to show that he did indeed have the nascent soul realm and strength. However, given the state of the wooden chin ancestor, Zhou Shenking felt that he might be able to win her over. Judging by the time, it should be about time. It's just a pity that our sect doesn't have any informants in Dongyu. When Chen Mobai came up, he had just talked about this with Shen Shanking. Unfortunately, he only had some connections in the eastern wilderness and the 2 nearby regions. The branch building in the eastern peak was too far away and he couldn't reach it. Even if news came, it was only what the general public knew, so it lacked timeliness. Should we strike first, lest another nascent soul sect try to steal the fruits of our labor? At this point, Zhou Shenking was also a little unsure of what to do. According to local custom, after Yan Shayan's death, it was time for their 5-element sect, as the overlord of the eastern wilderness, to lead a large army to his doorstep. However, Huishan Valley is a bit special, as it has connections with the Xingshan Dao sect. Let's not get involved. I'll send someone to Huishan Valley to let Yan Shayan's disciples and followers confirm the news. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Zhou Shenking and Mo Duguang's eyes lit up, and they both gave him a thumbs up. What Yan Shayin was most concerned about was not their five-element sect, but the returning Heaven Valley. Without Yan Shayin, Huishan Valley would fall to the level of a foundation establishment sect. When faced with the subtle pressure from the five-element sect, the returning Heaven Valley will definitely be thrown into turmoil first. Chen Mobai had already arranged for people to surrender within Huishan Valley, just waiting for the right moment to abandon the darkness and embrace the light. After discussing this matter, the three of them talked about some issues related to cultivation. After Mo Duguang completes the core formation, he can prepare to form the nascent soul. However, there are almost no nascent soul spiritual objects in the eastern wilderness, so he plans to go out and look for his own nascent soul opportunity after things are resolved here, and also hone his swordsmanship. The nascent soul elixir has actually been arranged. 2 years ago, I invited a disciple of a senior expert from the desolate ruins to visit my sect. Her skill in alchemy is even superior to Yan Shayan's. The longevity elixir scripture that I inherited contains a formula for assisting in the formation of the nascent soul. If we can gather another batch of materials, she can successfully refine it. If senior brother Mo really wants to go out for a trip, he can set off with the 5 Elements Merchant Guild. With your protection, the guild can bring more valuable goods to the eastern land. After hearing this, Chen Mobai told him about Qing Nu, and Mo Duguang was greatly surprised when he heard about her background. His thoughts were the same as Zhou Shenking's. Qing Nu's master was at least a nascent soul cultivator, and possibly even a divine transformation true monarch. This woman must be properly served by the disciples of Tianping Mountain. Zhou Shenking was even happier to hear that Qing Nu could even refine infant spirit medicine. Don't worry, senior brother, I've arranged everything. Chen Mobai smiled and nodded. Then Mo Duguang talked about his deeper understanding of the sword fiend thunder sound during his process of completing the core formation in seclusion. Although he had previously mastered this level of swordsmanship, he was only able to use it. Now, however, I have gained a much more fundamental understanding of this realm. Chen Mobai benefited greatly from listening to this. After all, his swordsmanship level had been hovering around the sword fiend thunder sound sect for quite some time. The next day, Chen Mobai then had Yuan Chie prepare a 4th-tier cave dwelling, and then sent someone to Kongseng Valley to inform them of this matter. Before long, the old ancestor of the Wooden Chin arrived with 2 core formation disciples. Thank you for your trouble, sect leader Chen. Although Baiyuan Mountain is only a low-grade 4th-order spiritual vein, it represents a significant upgrade for nascent soul cultivators who previously resided in 3rd-order cave dwellings. I've heard that you are a renowned array master in the eastern region. I wonder if you could give me some guidance on upgrading the protective array of my northern abyss city. While Master Mingwen and the others were helping to renovate the 4th-tier cave dwelling, Chen Mobai sat outside with Master Mukin. He personally brewed a pot of snow needle immortal sprouts and asked for advice on upgrading the Sumeru 9 Palaces formation. This matter is easy. Upon hearing this, Master Mukin immediately condensed water in the void and, in front of Chen Mobai, drew out the layout of the Sumeru 9 Palaces array of Baiyuan City. Then, with a thought, he moved the array diagram from the core spiritual hub to the surrounding array nodes. Before long, a formation made of tea appeared in the void between Chen Mobai and the Wood Chin Master. It was much different from the previous one, and was much wider and more complex. Sect leader Chen, I spoke a little too fast. Will you be able to understand me? After Master Mukin finished speaking, he smiled slightly and opened his mouth. Across from her, the golden lines in Chen Mobai's eyes slowly faded, and he nodded with a smile. I roughly understand it. Oh, I didn't expect sect leader Chen to have such outstanding attainments in the art of formations. Master Mukin was somewhat surprised. Chen Mobai was asking about formations. She had just obtained a 4th-tier cave dwelling and couldn't refuse, but she deliberately made things difficult for him. She spoke very quickly, and apart from her direct disciples, probably only a 4th-tier formation master could keep up and understand. However, she quickly realized that this sect leader Chen was probably worried about losing face in front of her, so he deliberately said that he understood. Master Mukin didn't expose him, he even praised him. After all, in some ways, she and the sect leader Chen in front of her were not friends, and they even almost had a life-or-death confrontation yesterday. It would be best if the grand formation of Baiyuan City failed to upgrade. With this in mind, Master Mukin changed the subject and stopped talking about the Sumeru Nine Palaces formation. Chen Mobai, who had already memorized the entire process she had just explained, placed his inner vision on it and began to analyze it step by step. Many of the terms spoken by Master Mukin were professional terms used in the array formations of the Tianhe realm, and some were even specific to Kongsang Valley. Even if it were filmed and replayed daily by other cultivators or even array masters, they might not be able to understand it all. But looking inward is different. Chen Mobai had already memorized all the content of the 5-element sects array master inheritance. These were all common to the Eastern continent and even the Heavenly River realm. Even if he encountered some unfamiliar terms, he could translate and understand them based on the context, or even supplement them with the array knowledge of the immortal sects. Moreover, this thorough analysis and reinterpretation also eliminates the possibility that Master Mukin left behind any hidden tricks. By the time Chen Mobai left, he had already analyzed 8% of the new Sumeru Nine Palaces formation within himself. It should take about 2 or 3 days to complete the analysis. The group of cultivators from Kongsang Valley stayed in Baiyuan City for 10 days, purchasing enough spiritual rice, fasting pills, and other resources before boarding their flying boats and leaving again. Chen Mobai and Zhou Shenking personally escorted them into the desolate ruins before returning with peace of mind. However, because there was an additional nascent soul cultivator next door, Zhou Shenking was somewhat uneasy and decided to stay in Baiyuan City for a while. Chen Mobai was naturally pleased with this. Mo Duguang then asked for the recipe for the infant nourishing pill and decided to leave the eastern wilderness to help collect the main and auxiliary ingredients that could not be obtained in the eastern wilderness. Chen Mobai would definitely be worried if it were core formation cultivators like Yin King leaving the eastern wilderness. But Mo Duguang is different. As a sword cultivator who has reached the peak of core formation, he can travel freely throughout the 6 realms of the eastern region as long as he doesn't deliberately provoke nascent soul cultivators. Senior brother Mo, if you come across these 3 herbs, please help collect them as well. When Chen Mobai saw Mo Duguang off, he also told him about the missing main ingredient of the spirit essence pill after Qing Nu's improvement. During this time, he had already finished consuming the second batch of returning to truth pills. The progress to the 8th level of the golden core stage has reached 42%. Next, even if he takes more return to truth pills, he can only improve his progress by 1%. That would be a bit of a waste. Chen Mobai planned to leave the ingredients for the 3rd batch of Gijin pills sent by Huishan Valley to Fuzhangju, and the others after Qing Nu had finished refining them. The complete unification of the 5 elements and 5 meridians requires a gradual process and the right opportunity, and this is just right. After Mo Duguang left, Yi Shaoqing, the head of the array department, also arrived in Baiyuan City. Besides him, there were 2 other 3rd-tier array masters from the earth and water veins. Chen Mobai broke down the 4th-order Sumeru Nine Palaces formation, which he had analyzed using introspection, into 20 lessons and taught them in detail. In the Heavenly River realm, cultivators who achieve success in their studies are generally those with exceptional self-learning abilities. Because the education system here is very rudimentary, it's like a master leading you in, but the rest is up to you to cultivate yourself. Although Yi Shaoqing and the other 2 were only 3rd-tier array masters, they quickly understood the 4th-tier Sumeru Nine Palaces array diagram under Chen Mobai's thorough and meticulous teaching. At least in this formation, they have all reached the 4th level. However, setting up this formation requires the intervention of a core formation cultivator. Chen Mobai himself certainly didn't have the time. He counted the number of people in the five-element sect, eliminated those who were difficult to command, and found that only Luo Zuer and Yin Qingmei could spare the time to come. The fourth-order grand formation in Baiyuan City is crucial to the five-element sect's grand plan for the next millennium, and must be taken very seriously. So Chen Mobai summoned both women directly. After giving them some instructions, Chen Mobai led them to pay their respects to Zhou Shenking. Although Chen Mobai asked Master Mukin to keep it a secret, he estimated that this matter could not be kept hidden for long, so he simply revealed it to the sect's core formation members first, so that they would feel like they were being regarded as confidants. If you encounter any problems that you can't solve in the future, report them to your senior brother. Yes. Upon learning that Patriarch Zhou had actually cultivated to the nascent soul stage, both women were shocked and extremely excited, and their confidence in the sect grew even stronger. At the same time, an even greater desire arose in my heart. Since Ancestor Zhou was able to successfully form his nascent soul, is it possible for them to do the same? After arranging things in Baiyuan City, Chen Mobai took his leave. He first returned to Jumu Ridge, and then led Zheng Wuyu and his apprentice Yan Jinai to Tianpeng Mountain. My good friend Qing Nu lives in seclusion here. Her master is a fifth-level alchemist, and her own alchemy skills are no less than Yan Shaiyan's. I specifically asked her to guide you. When Chen Mobai led the two up the mountain, he first introduced the origins of Qing Nu. Upon hearing this, Zheng Wuyu and Yan Jinai were filled with respect and expressed their gratitude to the sect leader for his guidance. In the heavenly river realm, those who have achieved mastery are considered teachers. For them, who have spent their entire lives refining third-tier pills, a fifth-tier alchemist is practically a legendary figure, akin to a nascent soul true monarch. The three arrived at the mountaintop. Qing Nu, who had already received news of Chen Mobai, dispersed the clouds and mist. Dressed in a light white cheongsam and draped with a blue ribbon, she descended like a celestial being. Greetings, Senior. Upon seeing the graceful and elegant Qing Nu, Zheng Wuyu and his disciple immediately bowed in respect. Get up. The alchemy I am about to teach you may be different from what you have been taught since childhood. If you can reshape your knowledge system, it will be of great benefit to you in the future. If you cannot accept it, it will be fine if you can only learn to refine the three treasures for foundation establishment. Following Chen Mobai's instructions, Qing Nu pretended to be a reclusive master. However, her appearance and the unique, elegant temperament that set her apart from others in the area made Zheng Wuyu and his disciple believe that she must come from a prestigious sect, even without any pretense. Her alchemy skills must be among the best in the heavenly river realm. Then I'll trouble Qing Nu to guide them. I'll head back now. After bringing the person there, Chen Mobai realized that his vacation was almost over, so he didn't linger. He exchanged a glance with Qing Nu and then took his leave. After returning to the immortal sect, Chen Mobai immediately called Hua Zajing and asked her to help him book a flight back to Wanggu Cave. However, just as he was descending the mountain to say goodbye to his family, he received a phone call from Pei Qingshuang. Her cultivation level and bloodline have been consolidated, and she plans to have the three absolutes master open the boundary gate and create the golden core realm. All right, I'll come pick you up when you arrive at Wanggu Grotto. Chen Mobai and Pei Qingshuang were friends, and the latter had lent him the Qingshuang sword, which was a favor. Since she was coming, it was only right and proper to treat her well. After the two ended their call, Chen Mobai immediately called Zhu Yuzhuo, the director of the Boundary Gate Administration Bureau. The latter was also aware of the matter and had just held an internal meeting. The opening time of the Boundary Gate was set for 1 month later, and the location would still be Wufeng Immortal Mountain. After confirming the news, Chen Mobai felt relieved and called out to Zio Hai, who was watching TV with Tang Pankui. Daughter, you should pack your bags and ask for leave from work. Upon hearing that the gate to the boundary was about to open, Zio Hai immediately jumped up with joy. As expected of Chen Mobai's daughter, she possessed exceptional talent, and over the years she had already been able to sense and grasp the power of the void using the void stone. Therefore, they have considerable confidence in opening up the golden core realm. She had wanted this portable space for a long time, so she could put all her things in it. Okay, Dad. Just as she was packing her luggage, Chen Mobai also went out onto the balcony and called Yan Bingxuan to inform her of the matter. After hearing this, Yan Bingxuan's tone was slightly worried. Over the years, under Chen Mobai's guidance, she had sensed the power of the void and even had the experience of successfully freezing it, but she was still somewhat hesitant about actually opening it up. Don't worry, you'll definitely succeed. Chen Mobai sensed the worry in her voice and smiled to encourage her. Thank you, then I'll practice some more. After ending the call, Yan Bingxuan took out the void stone, which was now only the size of a grain of rice, and began her final review. Grandma, don't worry. I'm sure I'll be able to open up a domain at the foundation establishment stage, just like Dad. On the day she left home, Tang Pengqui held Zio Hai's hand with some concern, telling her not to feel too much pressure and to just relax. But Zio Hai was brimming with confidence, believing that as Chen Mobai's daughter, and with the help of the Void Stone, there was no reason for her to fail. All right, son. Take good care of your granddaughter, make sure she doesn't get lost. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai could only nod with a wry smile, then bid farewell to the somewhat reluctant Shi Wanyu and headed towards the airport with Zio Hai. Upon arriving at Wangwu Cave Airport, Chen Mobai was still debating whether to let his daughter stay in his apartment or book a hotel room when a familiar face was already waiting for them in the departure lounge. Grandma, I miss you so much. When Zio Hai saw Yu Huiping, he immediately ran over with his large suitcase, grabbed her hand, and looked very happy. Knowing you were coming, I've already tidied up your room just like when you left, in case you're not used to it when you come back. Yu Huiping looked at Zio Hai with a kind expression, and Chen Mobai walked over and nodded to her in greeting. Committee member Chen, I'm taking Zio Hai with me. If you want to see her, you can come directly to Wangxian Peak. I've already spoken to the property management. Then I'll trouble you, Master Yu, to take care of her. After hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately expressed his gratitude. He had thought about it, but even with his current status, it was impossible for him to arrange the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain. He didn't expect Yu Huiping to care about Zio Hai even more than he did, and had already made arrangements. I'll have Zijing see you off. Seeing the large suitcase Zio Hai was carrying, Chen Mobai made a suggestion, but Yu Huiping smiled and took out a talisman. Then, a silver light flashed, Zio Hai waved to him, and the two disappeared from the spot. A minor teleportation talisman. No, it's more like a major teleportation talisman. Chen Mobai was slightly surprised when he saw this. He was also capable of drawing small teleportation talismans. Recalling the talisman in Yu Huiping's hand, he knew that it was quite different from the small teleportation talisman, but it was also quite different from the large teleportation talisman. It should be a talisman somewhere between the two, and it's unclear whether it was made by Yu Huiping himself or by the White Light ancestor. Dad, I've arrived. Just then, Chen Mobai received a text message from his daughter, along with a picture of himself standing on a mountaintop with beautiful scenery, clearly Wangxian Peak. Chen Mobai hasn't gone up there yet. Suddenly, he felt a little envious of his daughter. To be able to get so close to ancestor Bai Guang. I wonder when he will be able to pay his respects to this nascent soul, true lord of the dance weapon lineage. After getting into Hua Zijing's car, Chen Mobai went to the Zhengfa Hall first. After completing the various tasks that required his personal involvement at the beginning of the year, he once again entered the training room of the Heaven Mending Group. With a clench of his right hand, a forearm-length, crystal-clear bamboo section fell into his palm. According to Ancestor Mukin, this 4th-grade superior quality pure bamboo, once refined, can elevate one's spiritual consciousness to the level of perfect core formation. This was a godsend for him. Because his pure Yang scroll cultivation had reached the core formation stage, he only needed the final elixir to assist him. However, progress in terms of spiritual consciousness has been slightly slower. Although his conditions for cultivating divine sense were already very good compared to the other golden core cultivators in the immortal sect, he had become accustomed to the rapid increase in pure yang spiritual power during this period, and his progress was somewhat lacking. This pure bamboo is a renowned natural treasure throughout the entire eastern continent. It is said that there are 5 levels of pure bamboo in Kongseng Valley. It was planted by the true lord of the transformation realm when he opened up the eastern barbarian lands. The lineage of Kongseng Valley can also be traced back to the sacred land. Zhou Shenking was guessing that the reason why Kuju was able to return after forming a nascent soul was probably because of this connection. When this pure bamboo grows, it connects with the pure air of the heavens above and absorbs the essence of the earth below, forming a naturally pure energy. If a cultivator refines it, in addition to suppressing foreign spiritual power, it is also useful for improving spiritual sense, and there are no side effects. Different grades of natural pure energy correspond to cultivators at different realms. This 4th grade superior natural pure energy is actually used by nascent soul cultivators for cultivation. Master Mukin had clearly given his cultivation resources to Chen Mobai. However, for someone whose lifespan is nearing its end, using such precious resources on her would be a waste. Giving it to Chen Mobai would not only make amends, but also earn him favor. Before returning, Chen Mobai had already read the relevant texts on the pure bamboo in the 5 Elements sect. After integrating all the relevant information through introspection and determining the best method of refining and consuming it, he no longer hesitated. The pure and natural energy is contained within each bamboo joint. When you need to use it, you can open a small opening and pour out the contents little by little to refine it. However, since a golden core cultivator certainly cannot refine the natural pure energy of an entire bamboo section in one go like a nascent soul cultivator, a special mud film is needed to seal the opening when not refining it. However, this crude method was only used because there were no better materials for sealing spirits in the heavenly river realm. Chen Mobai had already prepared a row of spirit sealing tubes. He poured out the pure, natural energy from within this 4th grade superior bamboo joint, little by little, filling all 12 spirit sealing tubes. After confirming that the natural purity of the air had disappeared, he did not discard the bamboo section. Instead, he took out a crucible that he had prepared beforehand, then took out the Hayashin mirror, activated the great sun yang fire, and began to roast it. Soon, a little bit of bamboo sap began to seep out and fall into the crucible. This is Kongseng Valley's complete utilization of the pure bamboo. Since the pure bamboo is sold to the public, it is known to most of the various factions in the eastern wilderness. Half a day later, the bamboo section in Chen Mobai's hand turned to ashes. But inside the crucible, there was half a bowl of pale blue bamboo sap. He nodded in satisfaction, then took a sip of the bamboo juice. After drinking it, he opened a tube of natural, pure energy and refined it into his body through his mouth and nose. Instantly, a chilling, pure energy began to surge into the purple mansion of consciousness. End of this chapter. Chapter 775, Drinking Etiquette. Chapter 775, Drinking Etiquette. Within the purple mansion of consciousness, a pure and ethereal aura lingered, with ever-changing light and shadow, seemingly concealing countless mysteries. Chen Mobai sat upright on the futon, breathing in and out the pure natural energy to cultivate. The jade parasol tree in the very center, which was formed from his divine consciousness, began to grow inch by inch at an unprecedented speed after receiving the nourishment of the pure energy. The phoenix phantom perched atop the parasol tree seemed to be cheering, circling and dancing around the canopy. As time went by, the growth of the jade phoenix tree began to slow down. Chen Mobai used his inner vision, the crown of heaven and earth, to observe the phoenix facing the sun painting throughout the entire process, and discovered that the original progress of 11% had now increased to 23%. After a rough calculation, he estimated that the remaining natural and pure energy was enough for him to cultivate to the 3rd level of the drinking etiquette. Chen Mobai sensed his purple mansion and felt that he was far from reaching his limit. He nodded, opened his eyes, and drank 3 more mouthfuls of bamboo sap, refining 3 tubes of natural pure energy. An even more immense and refreshing aura surged upwards, forming a phantom image of a section of pure bamboo above the purple mansion's sea of consciousness. It tilted towards the jade wudong tree, and immediately wisps of pure aura fell down. And so time passed day by day. On the 7th day, Chen Mobai's face suddenly became radiant and glowed with a faint luster. A wisp of pure and holy energy emanated from between his brows, which subtly intertwined to form a large, colorful bird with wings like clouds hanging from the sky. The 5-colored phoenix gently waved its wings, and soon tiny silver particles flickered in the cultivation room. Then, under his more powerful divine sense, they gradually combined and condensed, turning into strands of silver threads, which Chen Mobai absorbed and refined. These silver threads are all pure, ethereal power. It was an attempt by Chen Mobai using the 3rd level of the phoenix rising to the sun technique, the realm of yin yaoi, which he had just mastered. The effect of this enhancement was even better than he had imagined. Under the guidance of the ritual, he could, according to his own needs, condense and absorb the power of the void between heaven and earth and refine it into his body. After successfully completing the attempt, Chen Mobai breathed a sigh of relief and began to slowly finish his practice. In the past 7 days, he has used the bamboo sap to refine all the pure natural energy into his body. Not only did he elevate his own spiritual consciousness to the peak of core formation, but he also made the most crucial breakthrough in the phoenix rising to the sun diagram. The 3rd layer of the phoenix facing the sun, painting, is 5%. The progress he observed within himself made him nod in satisfaction. Confirming that his spiritual level would not regress, he stretched out his hands again and began to guide the 5-colored phoenix to bless Yin Yaoyi's state once more. Soon, wisps of fiery red light lit up the entire cultivation room, then were drawn to him and gathered in front of him, transforming into strands of crimson essence light. This was the purest and most refined fire spiritual energy. Chen Mobai, who no longer needed to worry about filtering it with other spiritual energy, easily refined it and transformed it into a pure yang spiritual power that fell into his dantian. After successfully trying the power of the void and the fire elemental energy, Chen Mobai stopped. Although he longed to continue cultivating here, the gate to the realm was about to open, and he needed to use his current level of cultivation to help those around him. He had already envisioned using this realm to gather materialized void power and artificially create a state similar to the opening of a boundary gate. If Yan Bingxuan and Chen Ziohe could comprehend under such circumstances for a period of time, it would be almost certain that they could open up the golden core realm. However, this matter still needs to be arranged a bit. After all, in order to increase the success rate, he certainly cannot help Yan Bingxuan and Chen Ziohe separately. He must concentrate them so that they have the most time to comprehend before the gate opens. Then Chen Mobai thought that since the power of the void naturally condenses when he cultivates, having one more or one less won't make much difference. So he wondered if he should do Pei Qingshuang another favor and let her experience it as well. After all, in the history of the immortal sects, there have been a few unlucky cultivators who, even after reaching the core formation stage, failed to successfully open up their own domains. Although Pei Qingshuang is unlikely to be that unlucky, she certainly wouldn't miss such an opportunity. As expected, when Chen Mobai called, she immediately nodded and said she would book a flight to Wangwu Cave. She originally planned to continue consolidating her cultivation at Jumeng Academy, and only came here with Master Sanju the day before the gate opened. Now that I've heard that Chen Mobai has actually mastered the drinking etiquette realm of the phoenix facing the sun painting, I'm not only shocked by his talent, but I also feel incredibly lucky. She can't believe she always gets such good luck. After contacting Pei Qingshuang, Chen Mobai immediately called his daughter, Chen Ziohe, who was full of confidence, saying that even without her father's help, she would definitely be able to successfully open up the golden core realm. After all, before this, She had already spent 3 void stones from Chen Mobai, using what could be considered the most precious resource in the immortal sects, to hone her ability to control the power of the void. Let's review it some more. The void power when the boundary gate opens is different from the stable void power in the void stone. Instead, it's similar to the void power that Yin Yaoyi condensed. As the only person in the immortal sect to have personally experienced the 3 types of void power, Chen Mobai is the most qualified to speak on this matter. He didn't want his daughter to ruin everything because of this. "Okay, Dad, when can I come to see you?" Xiao Hai is also an obedient and well-behaved daughter. "I'll send you my location in a couple of days. I need to help 2 of my friends with this. When you come over, just say you're a junior that my dance weapon academy is focusing on training." The identities of the father and daughter are currently a secret known only to their family. If Yan Bingshuan and Pei Qingshuang were to discover them, they might have some bad thoughts. It wasn't that Chen Mobai cared about that, but if he were to explain his daughter's origins, he would inevitably have to talk about what happened to Shi Wanyu back then. After all, she was now his Taoist partner, and Chen Mobai didn't want her to be ostracized by his friends because of such a mistake. "Okay then, Dad, let me know when the time comes." After talking with his daughter, Chen Mobai called his good friend Yan Bingshuan again. She was his biggest worry. Although she had told her several times that she had obtained quite a few void stones, Yan Bingshuan still couldn't change her frugal nature, and the void stone was barely used up. Although he has been able to sense the power of the void, whether he can grasp the freezing and refine it depends on luck. The chances of success are only 55%. "Thank you." Upon hearing this, Yan Bingshuan's usually aloof tone was filled with indescribable joy. "I'll find a big place then. Besides you, there will be another good friend and a junior that our lineage values highly." Chen Mobai explained Pei Qingshuang and Chen Xiaohei's background, and Yan Bingshuan nodded slightly, indicating that she could be notified directly once the time and place were determined. During this time, she has put aside all her work and devoted herself to preparing for the important event of the opening of the boundary gate. The next day, Chen Mobai and Hua Zijing picked up Pei Qingshuang at the airport. "Let's stay at the Yingxian Hotel. Master Sanju and my mother's suites are both empty. I'll stay in one, and we'll use the other one as our training room." While chatting in the car, Pei Qingshuang heard that Chen Mobai needed to find a large cultivation room, and immediately shared her thoughts. Her special status allows her to directly use the 2 most luxurious suites at the Yingxian Hotel. Because it is inhabited by nascent soul cultivators, it is provided with high-grade 4th-tier spiritual energy. It's more than enough for them to cultivate. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai also thought it was a good idea and decided on the spot. This way, Xiao Hai won't have to run too far. It can just come down from the mountain. Yan Bingshuan might have difficulty getting in, but Pei Qingshuang can help register her as a visitor. After confirming, Pei Qingshuang made a phone call to the 3 Absolutes master. The latter didn't care about such a trivial matter at all, but instead marveled at Chen Mobai's mastery of the 3rd level of the Phoenix rising to the sun diagram. "I think this kid's talent truly deserves to be called the #1 person in the history of the immortal sect." When they arrived at the hotel, the front desk had obviously already been notified by the venerable Sanju. After Pei Qingshuang completed the registration, she received 2 room cards. The suites at Yingxian Hotel are basically equivalent to a super, luxurious single-level apartment. However, this is not the highest specification. There are also some detached villas, built in the most scenic part of Wufeng Immortal Mountain, exclusively belonging to the transformation god True Lord. However, after its completion, it remained idle for the vast majority of the time. This was built before the 6th-order spiritual vein of Wufeng Immortal Mountain was successfully established, and it has a history of thousands of years. At that time, many nascent soul cultivators lived in seclusion and cultivated in the 5th-order spiritual veins of the 4 major academies, and would only come here occasionally when they needed to discuss matters. After learning this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but feel sorry. I wonder what the detached house of the divine transformation true Lord looks like. He and Pei Qingshuang inspected the suite together, and after confirming that there were no problems, he immediately notified Yan Bingxuan and Chen Ziohe. A short while later, Chen Ziohe came down. "Hello, Senior Chen." She knocked on the door and came in, first greeting Chen Mobai with a smile, then turning to look at Pei Qingshuang, who was sitting to the side, tall and stunning. "Greetings, Counselor Pei." After Chen Mobai finished his introduction, Chen Ziohe also politely greeted Pei Qingshuang. As the daughter of Master Peach Blossom, Pei Qingshuang quickly completed the procedures for joining the Kaiyuan Hall after achieving the core formation, and is now a glorious counselor. It is said that Master Peach Blossom intends to let her develop within the 3 main halls in the future, and Wenren Zuwei is very supportive of this. Her mindset was the same as Chen Mobai's. If it weren't for the fact that there was no one in Jumeng Academy who could compare to her, she would rather stay in the mountains and rivers every day to drink tea and cultivate. "Hello." When Pei Qingshuang saw Ziohe come in, she smiled and stood up to greet him. "You two chat for a bit, I'm going to pick up another friend." At this moment, Chen Mobai received a text message from Yan Bingxuan that she had arrived at Wufeng Immortal Mountain. Since it was her first time visiting this first spiritual land of the immortal sect, she needed someone inside to pick her up. As Chen Mobai spoke, he transformed into a silver light and disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, Pei Qingshuang couldn't help but feel envious. Even though she was very confident that she could successfully open up a realm, she did not believe that she could master the art of walking in the void at the golden core stage. This is a technique that truly distinguishes talent. Within the immortal sects, some even equate the difficulty of cultivating the golden core realm to the point of being able to walk in the void with the level of immortal arts. "Thank you for your help." After entering the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain, Yan Bingxuan spoke somewhat shyly to Chen Mobai, who was in charge of her. "No, the boundary gate is right here. After I try to comprehend and grasp the power of the void today, I can go and scout it out." Since the last disturbance, the gate has been located on the summit of Juxian Peak, personally guarded by Ancestor Kaingsing. When Chen Mobai opened up his golden core realm, he was taken along with him. He remembered that it had even caused Turtle Baby to act strangely back then. The words "Gate of the Great Void" remain deeply etched in Chen Mobai's memory to this day. "I don't know if I'll ever have the chance to get my hands on this gate." Throughout history, all those who have reached the nascent soul stage in the immortal sect have used the Gate of Realms to attempt to refine the void when trying to comprehend realms beyond the nascent soul stage. Unfortunately, I haven't heard of any success stories. Perhaps it's due to insufficient aptitude or talent, or perhaps the mysteries contained within the boundary gate are too profound. Chen Mobai, however, felt that if he could really reach the nascent soul stage, he might actually have a chance to use the boundary gate to comprehend realms beyond the nascent soul stage. After all, he possessed the turtle treasure, and his external avatar was almost a true void spirit. He could try using the turtle treasure to absorb and refine the boundary gate, or he could use it as a reference. The Kantonki, this great method of transforming the spirit, can be used for addition. For example, if Chen Mobai uses the Pure Yang scroll as his foundation and cultivates it to its peak, then he can try to study the weapon that does not conflict with the Pure Yang scroll, thus opening up a path for himself to reach a higher realm. However, this requires finding a way to connect the foundation of the Pure Yang scroll with the subsequent path, and to achieve a balance during cultivation. The simplest way is to combine the Pure Yang energy to the top, and then add a Pure Yin energy to it. With this combination of Yin and Yang, Chen Mobai's foundation can be said to be unprecedented, truly the material to become an immortal. Alternatively, one could take the Pure Yang fire element and find a way to add the vessels of the other 4 of the 5 elements. By participating in the cycle of the 5 elements, one might be able to cultivate the primordial Tao fruit to a level no less than that of the One Yuan True Lord. However, although the dance weapon lineage has a path of adding elements using the Cantong Qi, very few can truly accomplish this. After all, resources are scarce in the immortal sects. For example, Master Chengxuan's Red Heart Mirror is already one of the top 4th-tier magic artifacts in the immortal sect. If you want to add to it, the magic artifacts you acquire next cannot be inferior to the Red Heart Mirror. Moreover, he was using a fire attribute cultivation method to form his nascent soul. If he wanted to add to his foundation to maintain balance and prevent instability, he could only do so through the rotation of the 5 elements. 5 4th-tier magical artifacts, each belonging to one of the 5 elements. Even if he were the principal of the Dance Weapon Academy, he couldn't do that. Chen Mobai felt that if he had the opportunity in the future, he could join the World Gate. Since the Turtle Treasure is able to refine the Boundary Gate, its grade is obviously higher than that of the Boundary Gate. Once he reaches a higher position, he can first work with the Realm Gate to improve his Void Dao. After reaching a point where he can no longer advance, he can feed it to the Turtle Treasure. Perhaps this will be the opportunity for him to discover the true mysteries of the Turtle Treasure. Along the way, Chen Mobai thought about this hopeful future, and did not forget to introduce the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain to Yan Bingxuan. There are pure Yang magic artifacts left by the Yuan Yang ancestor at Yuan Yang Temple. You can go there and ring the bell. It will help improve your spiritual consciousness and mental state. This was useless to Chen Mobai, a core formation cultivator, since the pure Yang set was basically dormant and could only emit a fraction of its power. But for foundation establishment cultivators, it's just right. After hearing this, Yan Bingxuan looked towards the direction of Yuanyang Temple with great interest. The bell on the mountaintop looked particularly deep and heavy under the setting sun. Before long, the two arrived at the Yingxian Hotel. As soon as Chen Mobai brought Yan Bingxuan in, they found that Pei Qingshuang and Chen Ziohe were already sitting together, seemingly watching a TV series. "You're here, shall we eat first or try to comprehend the power of the void?" Pei Qingshuang immediately stood up to greet the two as they entered. As someone who believed in rigorous spiritual practice, Chen Mobai naturally chose the latter. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at the training room in the suite. Chen Mobai sat in the center and told the 3 women about the various situations that would occur after he used the drinking ritual. After confirming that they had all remembered, he nodded gently, closed his eyes, and began to circulate the phoenix rising sun diagram. Soon, the 3 women saw his brow shimmer with clarity, and the phantom of a 5-colored phoenix flew out from the crown of a jade-green parasol tree, flapping its wings and bursting out from Chen Mobai's forehead. The 5-colored phoenix circled around Chen Mobai continuously, and gradually, tiny silver particles of light lit up the entire cultivation room. Yan Bingxuan and Chen Ziohe, who had already comprehended the power of the void using the void stone, immediately closed their eyes and began to guide and grasp these forces. However, compared to the exceptionally docile void power within the void stone, which has been settled over millions of years, these void particles drifting between heaven and earth are much more active. However, since Chen Mobai had already used the drinking instrument to extract these void particles from nothingness, they no longer needed to perceive them. They only needed to unleash all their divine sense to grasp, freeze, or even attempt to refine them. With specific goals in mind, even repeated failures provided them with opportunities to try again and again. Through these failures, they learned from their mistakes and became increasingly skilled. Compared to them, Pei Qingshuang, as expected of a core formation cultivator, had already grasped the ability to condense the first wisp of void power after only 3 or 4 attempts. After this cultivation session ended, Pei Qingshuang even condensed the void particles she had grasped into a silver ray of light, which she wore on her snow-white wrist like a silver bracelet. Yan Bingxuan and Chen Ziohe opened their eyes, their faces somewhat pale. After repeated attempts, the former barely managed to freeze a wisp of void power, while the latter fared slightly better, managing to grasp 3 wisps. This is definitely going to be a bit more difficult. After Chen Ziohe opened her eyes, she said her first words. Chen Mobai knew what she meant and secretly thought something was wrong. Yan Bingxuan seemed to have thought of something and looked at Chen Mobai and Chen Ziohe with some suspicion. "Thank you for your guidance. My anxiety has disappeared, thank you." Fortunately, at this moment, Pei Qingshuang got up and came over to thank Chen Mobai. The silver bracelet on her fair wrist also began to gradually dissipate into silver particles of light during this process. Among the immortal sects, there are not many methods that can refine and utilize the power of the void. Pei Qingshuang has not yet established a domain, so these condensed void powers can only be allowed to slowly dissipate. But her face now showed a confidence she hadn't had before. Through this attempt, she was certain that she was not the kind of unlucky person who was immune to the power of the void, and that she could successfully open up a golden core realm with the help of the boundary gate. "In that case, will you come again tomorrow?" Seeing this, Chen Mobai smiled and asked Pei Qingshuang. "Come on, I don't have anything else to do anyway, and you're the only friend I have in Wangu Cave." Pei Qingshuang nodded and said this to Chen Mobai. Upon hearing this, Chen Ziohe frowned slightly and looked at the tall female cultivator with an ethereal air before her. "See you at this time tomorrow." After listening, Chen Mobai nodded. Anyway, for him, these next few days he will have to help Yan Bingxuan and Chen Ziohe. Whether they can overcome that hurdle through this intensive tutoring and successfully open up a domain at the foundation establishment stage like him depends entirely on their fate. "Then I'll head back now." As Chen Ziohe spoke, he took out a small teleportation talisman. After greeting Chen Mobai and the others, she transformed into a streak of silver light and disappeared from the room. "Does she live nearby?" Upon seeing this, Pei Qingshuang couldn't help but ask a question. The houses near Wufeng Immortal Mountain are the most expensive in the entire Wangu Cave heaven, and those who can live here are all either very rich or very powerful. "Yes, she lives on the hilltop across the way." Chen Mobai didn't hide anything, and pointed out that he could see Wangxian Peak right outside the window. Upon hearing this, Pei Qingshuang and Yan Bingxuan both widened their eyes in disbelief. "She is Master Yu's disciple." Wangxian Peak is the cultivation site of Bai Guang Laozu, one of the two saints of the immortal sect. Besides her, the nascent sole true monarch, there is also her disciple Yu Huiping on this peak. If it were the white light ancestor taking on a disciple, it would definitely alarm the entire immortal sect. But since they didn't know this news, it can only be Yu Huiping. "I suppose so. She was born with the 9 yin meridians in a state of near extinction, making her a descendant of the Yu family. So when Master Yu found out, he took her to Wangxian Peak and asked the 3 Absolutes Master to help treat her." Ziohai's origins were not a secret to the upper echelons of the immortal sects. If Pei Qingshuang inquired with the 3 Absolutes Master, she would certainly find out immediately. So Chen Mobai just said it directly. "No wonder." Pei Qingshuang looked enlightened after hearing this. No wonder Ziohai arrived so soon after she and Chen Mobai booked their room. "I thought I was staying nearby, but it turns out it was right across from the hotel." But at that moment, Pei Qingshuang suddenly remembered something. "What's wrong?" Seeing Pei Qingshuang suddenly frown, Chen Mobai couldn't help but ask. "It's nothing, I just feel like I've overlooked something important." Pei Qingshuang shook her head, then bid farewell and returned to her suite. "Let me see you off." After only the two of them were left, Chen Mobai smiled and said to Yan Bingxuan, who nodded gently. After leaving Yingxian Hotel, the two stopped by Yuanyang Temple. It was already evening, past opening time, and the temple gates were closed. However, Chen Mobai mainly took Yan Bingxuan to the mountaintop to experience the pure Yang Bell. After being cleansed and purified by this magical artifact, Yan Bingxuan's spiritual consciousness, which had been somewhat depleted due to her comprehension of the power of the void, was quickly restored to most of its original state. Her slightly pale face regained its rosy hue as she followed Chen Mobai down the mountain. "That's the home of my good friend Zhongli Tianyu. He's been living a life of leisure at home, just waiting for his 60 years of service to be completed so he can exchange them for the golden elixir of immortality." As Chen Mobai left with Yan Bingxuan, he pointed to Zhongli's residence and mentioned his friend Zhongli Tianyu with a smile. Your friends are all disciples of these high-ranking families. After hearing this, Yan Bingxuan said something with some emotion. After hearing this, Chen Mobai shook his head. It's not because they come from wealthy families that they can be my friends, but because they are people I respect. That's why they are my friends. These words made Yan Bingxuan look up and stare blankly at the handsome young man walking on the mountain path in front of her. Do you know who was the first friend I truly considered? At this moment, Chen Mobai suddenly turned around. His figure appeared exceptionally hazy and tall in the setting sun, causing Yan Bingxuan to raise her hand to shield her eyes from the sunset glow in the distance. Who is it? Yan Bingxuan asked those two words with a slightly trembling voice. It's you. Chen Mobai appeared before Yan Bingxuan at some point, standing beside her as they watched the sun, now only a sliver remaining on the horizon. He would always remember the day he asked Yan Bingxuan to teach him the art of ice magic, and how she generously shared all her knowledge despite his unfamiliarity with it. At that time, he considered her a friend. Those two short words brought an unprecedented smile to Yan Bingxuan's face. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, all her coldness vanished, leaving only the gentlest smile. Chen Mobai suddenly felt a slight chill on his right hand, which was hanging down. He looked down and saw Yan Bingxuan smiling as she held his hand. He was slightly taken aback, but did not refuse to shake her off. The two stood on the mountain path, watching the last rays of sunlight set on the horizon. Soon, Five Peaks' immortal mountain was plunged into darkness. But soon, tiny specks of starlight began to appear in the sky. However, for people of their cultivation level, even in darkness, their vision is as clear as day. 7 days have passed in the blink of an eye. During these 7 days, Yan Bingxuan and Chen Ziohe persevered in comprehending the power of the void every day, and at the same time, following Chen Mobai's guidance, they condensed it into threads and other shapes. By the 5th day, the two of them had mastered the principles of the void lines. This means that they are also able to grasp the void power of the boundary gate. On this day, the Venerable Sanju arrived at Wangwu Grotto. Chen Mobai also stopped this tutoring session. Take a good 2-day rest, don't feel pressure, just do your best. Chen Mobai smiled and told them to adjust their mental state and prepare to open up a new domain. End of this chapter. Chapter 776 Sign. Chapter 776 Sign. After the 3 Absolutes Master arrived, Chen Mobai also went to pay him a visit. Here, this is my research on the 9 heavens pure purple qi. Inside the Yingxian Hotel, the 3 Absolutes Master handed a document to Chen Mobai, who was slightly surprised after taking a look. Besides the essence of the 9 heavens pure purple qi as yin and yang qi, 3 plans were even devised on how to use the methods of the immortal sect to help synthesize it. Because I cannot sense and absorb the yin and yang energies, whether these 3 methods will work or not, you will have to try them yourself. Although the 3 Absolutes Master was a nascent soul cultivator, he had no way to deal with the 9 heavens pure spirit purple qi. Even if the 2 nascent soul cultivators, Qingjing and Qingxi, wanted to refine this thing, they would need to use the purple and green twin swords. However, after mastering the Yin Yu technique, Chen Mobai was able to bypass the purple and green twin swords and do this. After all, by using the great technique of sound of the empty valley, he could listen to and sense the yin and yang energies from the heavens above, and the yin-yang realm allowed him to absorb these energies. However, the essence of yin and yang qi is extremely high. With Chen Mobai's current mere core formation stage, without filtering and fusing it through the purple and green twin swords, his body would probably be burned and cracked the moment he absorbed it because he could not withstand it. Thank you, Venerable Master. After carefully reading the document, Chen Mobai felt his eyes were opened. The 3 methods are talismans, elixirs, and magical artifacts. He planned to try out the talisman first, and then let Qing Nu see if the method of refining the yin and yang qi into the Qingling Zihua pill was feasible. Besides Senior Sister Pei, I have two other friends who should also be able to successfully open up their golden core realm tomorrow. At that time, Master may need to make preparations in advance. Chen Mobai recalled the time when he and Wenren Zuwei opened up the boundary, and how Kingping Shangren was almost drained of his life force by the boundary gate. Out of kindness, he offered a reminder. "You brat, you'd better refrain from using the Phoenix Rising Sun painting to do this kind of thing for people in the future." After listening to this, Master Sanju gave Chen Mobai a heartfelt warning, which Chen Mobai did not quite understand. Within the immortal sect, the current system and the amount of resources distributed are able to both advance the entire society and give everyone hope, while also selecting talented individuals. This was calculated by Ancestor Kaingsing using the square-inch book, and it can achieve a perfect state of renewal and metabolism for all members of the immortal sect. Under these circumstances, when a genius like you, who transcends the norm, occasionally appears, the resources and systems of the immortal sect can automatically adjust and tilt slightly towards you, accommodating and assimilating you. But if too many geniuses like you appear, the resources and upper positions of the immortal sects will be insufficient, and they will have no choice but to suppress them. If this continues, these geniuses may abandon the rules and morals that have bound them for a lifetime in despair, and do something rebellious if they do not see an opportunity to rise before they die. Lin Daoming and you are two contrasting examples. He left the immortal sect, while you have transcended the norms of the immortal sect. However, our immortal sect has a solid foundation, and we can withstand both his defection and your appearance. But if geniuses like you were to appear in large numbers, the immortal sects would definitely not be able to handle it. Perhaps because he regarded Chen Mobai as one of his own, Master Sanju said some thought-provoking words. His meaning was simple. Chen Mobai used the Phoenix Rising Sun diagram to help Zio Hai and Yan Bingxuan open their golden core realms, which the immortal sects could handle given their resources. However, if each generation helps only one or two people, then in the long run, the immortal sect system in this regard will not be able to withstand it, or may even collapse. In that case, the immortal sects might no longer open the boundary gate to Foundation establishment cultivators, treating this benefit as an exclusive privilege for golden core cultivators. The words of the three absolutes master were not only about the gates of the realm, but about all aspects of the immortal sect. It's only natural to help one or two people around you. However, if too much help is given, the resources contributed by the immortal sects will not be commensurate with the output, and the rules will inevitably need to be reorganized in order to achieve a new balance. The current rules of the immortal sect were set by Ancestor Kaingsing. Breaking these rules is tantamount to slapping the ancestor in the face. Thank you for your guidance, Master. After listening, Chen Mobai looked enlightened. He had vaguely understood these things after he took a high position, but he hadn't pieced them together completely. Only after being enlightened by the Venerable Sanju today did I finally understand. Older people generally know these things, but if I had known you had arranged for two people like this, I shouldn't have come here to suffer for Peach Blossom. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai could only take out a box of tea leaves from his domain as an apology. The next day, Chen Mobai took a special leave to visit his good friend Zhongli Tianyu at Wufeng Immortal Mountain. You never come here without a reason, so what brings you here? Zhongli Tianyu put down a book in his hand and looked surprised when he saw Chen Mobai walk in. Isn't it time for the interdimensional gate to open again? I have two friends and a promising junior in this cohort, and I want to know as soon as possible whether they can succeed. Chen Mobai smiled and spoke the truth. Zhongli Tianyu nodded in agreement, then pointed to the tea set on the table and told him to make himself at home, while he continued reading his comic book. After graduating, he was assigned to the military by the Zhongli family. After 20 years of training, he officially retired from the army and was then assigned to work as a security guard at Wufeng Immortal Mountain under the military's re-employment policy. As the only sixth-tier spiritual land in the immortal sect, the property of Wufeng Immortal Mountain is also a public institution. Moreover, security positions are entirely controlled by the military's elite forces. After all, what needs to be protected here is either a nascent soul family or a true nascent soul cultivator. Ordinary people can't handle this. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Zhang Liu, having learned of Chen Mobai's arrival, personally cooked a meal. Tianyu, it's a rare occasion for committee member Chen to come over, so don't stay at home all day. Go out for a walk with him. After dinner, Zhang Liu saw Zhang Lixinyu lying on the sofa with a comic book in his hand again, and couldn't help but frown. She told him to go out and get some sun. Seeing this scene reminded Chen Mobai of himself when he was a child. Upon hearing this, Zhangli Tianyu could only reluctantly put on a coat and go out with Chen Mobai. Where to? Let's go to Yuanyang Temple. Chen Mobai pointed to the pure Yang bell on the mountain top, where the view was the best, allowing one to see all the cultivators who had gathered below to open up the golden core realm. The two arrived at Yuanyang Temple with familiarity with the place, and Chen Mobai was surprised to find that the gates were closed even during the day. After obtaining the infant nurturing pill, Nangong Xuanyu came here to cultivate in seclusion. After asking Zhangli Tianyu, Chen Mobai finally learned the reason. Will the first person in the immortal sect to form a core be able to successfully form a nascent soul? According to online comments, Nangong Xuanyu is the most likely candidate for this batch of infant nourishing pills. But Chen Mobai definitely hoped he wouldn't succeed. After taking a deep look at the tightly closed Yuanyang Temple, Chen Mobai glanced at it lightly with his insightful eyes and listened carefully with the sound of the valley. Sure enough, he discovered that the pure spiritual energy of the entire mountain was continuously converging on this place. Moreover, this vast and boundless spiritual energy seemed to be swallowed up by a bottomless black hole, only going in and not coming out. What are you looking at? Let's go. Zhangli Tianyu, who was almost at the top of the mountain, called out to Chen Mobai, who was standing at the entrance of Yuanyang Temple. Chen Mobai immediately released his spiritual eyes and the sound of the empty valley and followed him to the top of the mountain. The brass-colored Chunyang bell is exactly the same as when it came with Yan Bingxuan. As usual, Zhangli Tianyu raised the thick wooden stick hanging there and struck it heavily. With a thump, he sat upright in the pavilion, feeling his consciousness being purified. Zhangli Tianyu's essence, energy, and spirit had long been tempered to the extreme of the foundation establishment realm. Chen Mobai even felt that he could successfully form his core even without taking the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill. However, it is clear that the Zhangli family does not want to take this risk. After all, their hopes for Zhangli Tianyu were not just for him to reach the core formation stage, but for him to reach the nascent soul stage, or even the divine transformation stage at the peak of the immortal sect. Therefore, Zhangli Tianyu cannot make a single wrong step in his cultivation before reaching the peak. At this moment, Chen Mobai was already standing on the mountaintop, looking at the void power that was constantly rippling and fluctuating between the 5 peaks immortal mountain due to the opening of the boundary gate, almost becoming tangible. Suppressing his urge to absorb the pure and vast power of the void, Chen Mobai ignored Gui Bao's agitation and calmly looked at the beautiful and magnificent scenery before him. On the summit of Juxian Peak, where the boundary gate was located, the massive stone gate emitted streaks of silvery white light, like a meteor shower flashing across the night sky. Under precise guidance, the light fell down upon the cultivator sitting in the wooden house below. Chen Mobai activated his void insight eye and clearly saw that the 3 wooden houses above him were drawing the most void power. He couldn't help but nod slightly. Seeing this, he knew that the 3 women were definitely safe. His hard work in tutoring during this period was not in vain. Do you want to knock? At this moment, Zhangli Tianyu stretched and stood up from under the pure Yang bell and asked Chen Mobai. I'll pass. Chen Mobai shook his head slightly, mainly because he was afraid that something might happen to Yan Bingxuan and his daughter, who were opening up their golden core realms, when he entered meditation at the sound of the bell. Moreover, the pure Yang bell in its dormant state was indeed of little use to him. After all, he usually gets to experience the influence of his natal magic weapon, the morning bell, whenever he has free time, so he's become somewhat immune to bell sounds of this level. If you are able to become the master of the immortal sect in the future, you can consider using the method of the Cantong Pact to integrate your natal magic weapon with this pure Yang bell and evolve them together. Seeing that Chen Mobai was focused on what was happening below, Zhongli Tianyu suddenly brought up the topic. Can the Cantongki really do this? Chen Mobai really didn't know this and turned around to ask with some surprise. Otherwise, how do you think my mirror could have been restored from its shattered state? But this method was devised by our ancestor after he comprehended the Cantong Qi. Even in the history of the immortal sects, ancestor Zhongli was a man of great wisdom. Not only did he forge a new path by using the dragon-turtle primordial spirit to control all 6 realms and master the 6 imperial scriptures, but he also integrated the other nascent soul techniques of the immortal sect and glimpsed the realm beyond nascent soul. Among these practices, he also cultivated the Kantanki. The Bagua mirror, a 5th-order magic artifact, shattered when ancestor Zhongli attempted to cultivate the void. After his failed breakthrough, ancestor Zhongli spent the rest of his lifespan making arrangements for his affairs and using the Cantong Qi to create a method for fusing magic artifacts. He originally created this method so that future generations could use it to reintegrate the Bagua mirror, restore it to its peak, or even reach a higher level. This method also maximizes the additive nature of the Kantanki, the book of the 3 kinds of men. For example, Chen Mobai's morning bell and Yuanyang Liazu's pure yang bell are of the same lineage and are both magical artifacts of the pure yang set. If Chen Mobai's morning bell is upgraded to a 4th-grade superior quality in the future, then by fusing with this pure yang bell, it might have a chance to be upgraded to a 5th-grade magic weapon. After hearing Zhongli Tianyu's words, Chen Mobai couldn't help but marvel. Your ancestor was truly a genius. Perhaps my ancestor is slightly inferior to you in terms of talent for cultivation, but in terms of wisdom and comprehension, he is capable of competing for the top spot in the immortal sect. After hearing this, Zhongli Tianyu said with great pride, Not at all, not at all. Your talent for cultivation is definitely superior to mine. Chen Mobai knew his own situation. His achievements today were all due to the resources he received, and he dared not admit that he was more outstanding than ancestor Zhongli. This is a supremely wise individual, unparalleled among all those who have transformed into a nascent soul cultivator throughout the history of the immortal sect. I want to discuss something with you. If you come to power in the future, could you give me that pure Yang mirror from Yuan Yang Temple? At this moment, Zhongli Tianyu finally revealed his true purpose. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was slightly taken aback, but then he understood what he meant. You want to use the pure Yang mirror to repair the Bagua mirror. As expected, I couldn't hide it from you. Among the immortal sects, there are quite a few mirror-type magical artifacts, but those that can reach the 4th tier are few and far between. And among the top-grade 4th-tier artifacts, there is only this pure Yang mirror. If the Bagua mirror wants to return to the 5th tier in the future, it may have to be fused with the pure Yang mirror. Zhongli Tianyu also shamelessly spoke up, and Chen Mobai finally understood why he had suddenly brought up this topic and was waiting here. This pure Yang mirror nominally belongs to the Pure Yang Academy. Even if I become the master of the immortal sect, I cannot give this pure Yang mirror to you if Nangong Chunyu does not agree. Moreover, as one of the Yuan Yang ancestors' natal magic weapons, this thing is also considered an antique. According to the rules of the immortal sect, it cannot be damaged. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Zhongli Tianyu had already come up with an excuse for him. How can you say that I'm destroying the pure Yang mirror by merging it with the Bagua mirror? I'm helping the pure Yang mirror complete its 1,000-year-long struggle to advance, evolving together and helping each other. Zhongli Tianyu spoke these words with righteous indignation. Chen Mobai had never realized before that this thick-browed, big-eyed boy could say such shameless things. Let's talk about it then. Chen Mobai shook his head, not daring to agree to the task. After all, this was written into the rules, and he probably only had the right to do so after becoming a nascent soul ancestor. When you become one of the 3 hall masters of the immortal sect and a pure yang scroll cultivator, you can apply to comprehend the pure yang set of these yuan yang ancestors. At that time, just say that you suddenly comprehended the opportunity to upgrade the pure yang bell and merge your natal magic weapon with this pure yang bell. If it succeeds, we can tell the outside world that the pure yang bell of the yuan yang ancestor has undergone its final transformation under the nurturing of your pure yang true qi. Anyway, they will never know that the bell is actually your morning bell. I don't need to elaborate on the effects of a 5th-tier magic weapon, do I? If you have this, along with the Cantong Pact, your cultivation will improve even faster. Zhongli Tianyu once again tried to seduce Chen Mobai, who was very tempted after hearing it. I've written it down, but what about you if I can use this excuse? We can't exactly tell people that the pure yang mirror broke through to the 5th rank under your nurturing, can we? This will mean losing your family's ancestral Bagua mirror. Is your family willing to accept the loss of this reputation? Chen Mobai's words caused Zhongli Tianyu to hesitate for a moment before he finally revealed his true thoughts. To be honest, I'm a pragmatist and I don't care about titles or anything like that. As long as my natal magic weapon can be upgraded to the 5th rank in the future, I'd be willing to change it from the name Bagua Mirror to Pure Yang Mirror. But our clan leaders probably can't accept this, but isn't it too early for this? Once I've outlived them all, I'll be the most powerful, and my word will be law for the Zhongli clan. After hearing these words, Chen Mobai immediately gave Zhongli Tianyu a thumbs up. I never expected that this kid's values would be so similar to mine. He truly is a good friend. However, they can only talk about this matter with each other now. If they really want to implement it in the future, they will have to wait until both of them have reached the nascent soul stage, or even until one of them has reached the deity stage. After all, even the 3 great hall masters in the immortal sects have many constraints. Next, Chen Mobai took out a tea set, and the two began to drink tea on the mountaintop. That day, Chen Mobai gently put down his teacup, looked down the mountain, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yan Bingxuan and Chen Xiaohe both succeeded. A short while later, the figure of the 3 Absolutes Master appeared below. After saying a few words, he led the 3 women up to Juxian Peak. Chen Mobai had already told them all the details about opening up the Golden Core realm, and things had come to a conclusion. After all, the extent to which they can open up a space is determined by how much void power they absorb and refine. Chen Mobai nodded, put away his tea set, and woke up Zhongli Tianyu, who was meditating under the Chunyang bell. The 2 of them walked down the mountain together. Soon, the 2 arrived at the gate of Yuanyang Temple. After taking one last look, Chen Mobai followed Zhongli Tianyu back to his home. Zhang Liu had prepared a sumptuous lunch, and Chen Mobai couldn't refuse. He planned to leave after finishing the meal. The taste of this mandarin fish. Halfway through the meal, Chen Mobai was about to compliment the food on how delicious it was. Suddenly, the entire Huixian Peak began to tremble slightly. Chen Mobai and Zhongli Tianyu both put down their bowls and chopsticks and looked at each other in bewilderment. Then they all looked at Zhang Liu. Zhang Liu, as expected of a senior Golden Core cultivator, was slightly taken aback at first. Then, recalling the rich experiences in her mind, she quickly found a similar scene. Combining this with the information she knew, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. Nangong Xuanyu is forming his nascent soul and has begun to draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth throughout Huixian Peak, which is why this tremor has occurred. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was startled. It's incredible that we've come this far. As expected of the #1 core formation cultivator in the immortal sect. At this point, I had lost all interest in eating. The 3 of them came outside and looked in the direction of Yuanyang Temple. They saw streaks of crimson light, like the morning glow, surging in from all directions and condensing on the mountaintop into clusters of spiritual energy that resembled the evening glow or fiery clouds, stretching endlessly like rainbows. Our property management will provide fifth-tier spiritual energy to Counselor Nangong in accordance with the previous agreement. To avoid any accidents, we kindly request that all residents refrain from practicing breathing exercises on Huixian Peak spiritual energy during this period, so as to prevent the spiritual energy from being stolen and causing them to suffer from qi deviation. At that moment, a call came to Zhang Liu. She put it on speakerphone, and soon Chen Mobai and Zhang Lixianyu also heard the conversation. Although the words were very polite, it was clear that they all hoped that all cultivators on Huixian Peak would suspend their cultivation during the time that Nangong Xuanyu was forming his nascent soul. Let's temporarily withdraw from Huixian Peak. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Liu said these words to Chen Mobai and Zhang Lixianyu. That's only natural. After listening, Chen Mobai nodded. When breaking through to a higher realm, the most taboo thing is to be disturbed. Although Chen Mobai is hostile to Nangong Xuanyu due to his stance, he will not resort to underhanded tactics on matters of principle. If Nangong Xuanyu can truly succeed in forming his nascent soul, then it will mean that the nascent soul pill of the immortal sect is indeed a miraculous creation. This was also a huge boost to his confidence. If they fail, then having already withdrawn from Huixian Peak, they will have made their stance clear and will not allow Nangong Xuanyu to blame their failure on this. The three arrived at the foot of Huixian Peak. Besides them, there were some people from the nascent Soul clan. Zhang Liu greeted them familiarly. In addition, there were also a few cultivators from other immortal mountains who gathered in their own circles, pointing at the nascent Soul heavenly sign on the mountaintop and discussing it. Many people looked on with envy. He should be able to succeed. One of the bearded cultivators, surrounded by the crowd, seemed to be skilled in the art of observing qi. Looking at the pure spiritual energy above the sky, which was dense and shaped like a fiery cloud, like a sea of fire pouring down from the heavens, he said something. Chen Mobai's expression remained unchanged after hearing this. Zhangli Tianyu looked on with envy. Hey, where are you going? After watching for a moment, Chen Mobai suddenly turned and left, prompting Zhangli Tianyu to ask him a question. My friends and juniors are still at Juxian Peak. I don't know if Counselor Nangong's nascent signs of nascent soul formation will affect their opening of the Golden Core realm. I'm a little worried. I'll go over there and take a look. As they spoke, Chen Mobai headed towards Juxian Peak. That's where the star-piercing ancestor cultivates. You can't go up there. Upon hearing this, Zhangli Tianyu spoke up to remind him. I'll give Master Yu a call. She cares about my junior colleague and see if she can help me get promoted. After Chen Mobai said that, Zhangli Tianyu nodded, and the two parted ways there. I have already spoken with manager Chen Chun from Juxian Peak. She will come down to meet us. When Chen Mobai arrived at the foot of Juxian Peak, Yu Huiping was already waiting. She said something that made Chen Mobai's expression turn solemn. Chen Chun. Long time no see. About 15 minutes later, Chen Chun appeared in their sight. Follow my footsteps. The path leading up here has been set up by Master as a game of level completion. If you take the wrong step, you will return to the foot of the mountain and have to start all over again. Chen Chun spoke calmly, then turned and walked towards the summit of Juxian Peak. Yu Huiping took the lead and followed her up the mountain. Chen Mobai, seeing this, also followed closely behind. To avoid making a mistake, Chen Mobai immediately entered the state of the square-inch book. About an hour later, they reached the top of the mountain. The tall and ancient stone gate still stands on the top of Juxian Peak. Its ancient and profound aura, which suppresses the mountains and rivers, made Chen Mobai feel his phone vibrate again. Hey, what brings you all here? Before the steps of the boundary gate, the three Absolutes Master, whose face was slightly pale, was drinking a spiritual water to replenish his true energy. He looked surprised when he saw Chen Mobai and Yu Huiping. It's like this. Chen Mobai expressed his concerns and then pointed in the direction of Huixian Peak. However, he suddenly discovered that the summit of Huixian Peak was completely calm and peaceful, without the slightest sign of nascent soul formation. This entire Juxian peak is under the influence of Ancestor Kaingsing's domain. If it weren't for Ancestor Baiguang's domain being right next door, he could have directly covered the entire 5 peaks Immortal Mountain. The Venerable Sanju explained the reason. Although the signs of nascent soul formation appear incredibly noisy and vast to outsiders, there is not a single sign that can penetrate the realm of deity transformation. I see, then I was just overthinking it. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but chuckle, and then apologized to Yu Huiping, who had come up with him. I was also quite worried about Xiao Hai, so it's good that I came up to check on him. However, Yu Huiping shook her head, said this, and then respectfully greeted the Venerable Sanju. Xiao Hai was able to survive thanks to the Master's help. After listening, the 3 Absolutes Master shook his head. At this moment, his true energy seemed to have recovered by more than half. He took the remaining half bottle of spiritual water back to his own realm and told Chen Mobai something he didn't know. If you hadn't borrowed that 10,000-year-old warm jade from True Lord Taiyuan, even with my extraordinary abilities, I wouldn't have been able to save the 9 yin meridians. End of this chapter. Chapter 777, Ling Xiao Jade Pendant. Chapter 777, Ling Xiao Jade Pendant. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's expression suddenly became clear. The Ling Xiao Jade Pendant of True Lord Taiyuan is a renowned 5th-tier magic weapon of the immortal sect. Wearing it can prevent inner demons from arising and bring peace of mind and spirit. It is a piece of warm jade that has been nurtured for 10,000 years and then upgraded to a higher tier. With such a magical treasure as a help, it's no wonder that even Xiao Hai, who suffered from the incurable 9 yin disease, was cured. However, this would certainly require the intervention of the 3 masters, whose medical skills are unparalleled. Upon hearing this, Yu Huiping's face showed a hint of worry. This Ling Xiao Jade Pendant is, after all, a treasured heirloom of the Taiyuan Academy. It's not good to let Xiao Hai keep it. We still hope that she can cultivate and break through to a higher realm as soon as possible and completely master the pure yin body. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's eyes widened in surprise. The Ling Xiao Jade Pendant is in Xiao Hai's hands. That's one of the few 5th-tier magic weapons in the immortal sects. Yes, it's fortunate that Master Kingping is kind-hearted and willing to lend it to us. Yu Huiping's words left Chen Mobai stunned. He never expected that his daughter's wealth would be even greater than that of her father. In addition to the Tei 5 Smoke Silk, there is also the 5th-tier Ling Xiao Jade Pendant. But why haven't I noticed any trace of this Ling Xiao Jade Pendant before? Could it be that it's been dormant due to a lack of spirit stones? This is not good. As the magic weapon that saved his daughter's life, Chen Mobai felt it was necessary to express his gratitude properly. While Yan Bingxuan was pondering how many spirit stones to send, she had already walked out of the boundary gate. She curiously played with the golden core realm she had just successfully created, repeatedly putting the bracelet on her wrist into it and taking it out. Since the void power condensed by the 3 women this time was not as heaven-defying as Chen Mobai's, the 3 Absolutes Masters sent them all in at once. Yan Bingxuan was the first to emerge, which meant that her condensed golden core realm was the smallest. However, if one succeeds in cultivating this skill during the foundation building stage, it means that one's foundation is already very deep. At this moment, she looked up and saw Chen Mobai waiting on the steps not far outside the boundary gate. The moment she saw him, Yan Bingxuan couldn't help but narrow her eyes and a gentle smile appeared on her lips. Congratulations! When Chen Mobai saw Yan Bingxuan, he smiled and went over to congratulate her. Okay, thank you. Seeing that there were other people present, Yan Bingxuan suppressed her joy and gently nodded to thank Chen Mobai. Counselor Nangong is currently undergoing nascent soul formation at Huixian Peak, and I'm worried it might affect you. Chen Mobai led Yan Bingxuan to the other side of the boundary gate and explained why he had come. After hearing this, the latter's smile widened. Now that you've successfully opened it up, I'm relieved. This is where Ancestor Kaingsing cultivates in seclusion, so I won't stay any longer and will head down now. Let's celebrate together when you come out. Chen Mobai thought that if the three women went down the mountain together, he would have to send his daughter off for both reasons and duty, so he decided to retreat first, which would give him a chance to arrange his time reasonably. Yan Bingxuan was somewhat obedient to him, and after nodding slightly, she watched Chen Mobai go to say goodbye to the three absolutes master and the others. The way down is different, let me take you there. When Chen Chun heard that Chen Mobai was going down the mountain, he said something. Thank you for your trouble. Chen Mobai said something polite to Chen Chun, and then followed her down the mountain one after the other. Halfway there, Chen Chun suddenly stopped. Chen Mobai couldn't help but become alert, wondering what she was planning to do. Do you remember the fortune I told you? Chen Chun turned around and asked calmly. I remember it vividly. It left a deep impression on me. Chen Mobai nodded. If it weren't for Chen Chun's guidance, he wouldn't have been so well prepared for his core formation, and he might have failed because of one of the tribulations. Ascending to the world, stepping onto the path through the void. At that time, I thought I had seen through all your secrets, but now it seems that I only saw the surface of you. Chen Chun's words left Chen Mobai speechless. He can't very well say that his knowledge and skills are constantly evolving and improving. You must be a void spirit. Chen Chun asked again. With the heritage of your divine strategist palace, shouldn't you be able to see through it easily? Chen Mobai did not answer directly, but instead asked a question in return. Our lineage only counts those who are destined to meet us, especially those with higher cultivation levels, who place even greater importance on fate. Chen Chun's words made Chen Mobai shake his head slightly. Then it seems we are not meant to be. Upon hearing this, Chen Chun fell silent. After waiting for a while, she didn't hear any indication from Chen Mobai that he wanted her to tell his fortune, so she didn't say anything more and turned around to lead the way again. Seeing that she didn't press the issue further, Chen Mobai breathed a sigh of relief. Although many people in the immortal sects are already speculating that he is a void spirit, he himself certainly won't publicize this. After all, his reputation is already big enough, and he's already attracting a lot of attention. He'd better keep a low profile from now on. If we can rely on the resources of the heavenly river realm to quickly form our nascent soul, then we can show some of our prowess. Finally, Chen Mobai walked out of Juxian Peak. Do you need my help with your nascent soul stage tribulation? Just as Chen Mobai was about to leave, Chen Chun finally couldn't help but speak up. I appreciate your kind offer, but I'm not ready to form my nascent soul yet. If possible, Chen Mobai would naturally want Chen Chun to take a look, since she had predicted all three tribulations of core formation when Chen Chun was forming her core. However, if Chen Chun were to perform a fortune-telling and be accurate, Chen Mobai would inevitably have to reveal his true cultivation level and other information. At his age, his pure yang scroll was at the 8th level of the golden core stage. His divine sense was at the peak of the 3rd level of body tempering technique, which could not be explained by talent alone. Instead of trying to fool them, it's better to just refuse outright. Watching Chen Mobai's figure gradually disappear into the distance, Chen Chun turned his head to look at Wangxian Peak where Bai Guang Leazu was, and sighed slightly. She thought she was the destined person she was waiting for, but now she thinks she might have been wrong. The one who is truly destined to be with me is him. But that incident created a rift between Chen Chun and Chen Mobai, making it seem impossible for them to trust each other anymore. Thinking of this, Chen Chun thought of Chen Ziohe, who was still opening up a domain within the boundary gate on the mountain, and a wave of doubt welled up in his heart again. If he is the one destined to be here, then why did the white light ancestor come in the first place? Could it be that this ancestor's swordsmanship has reached the heavens? Chen Mobai was unaware of Chen Chun's wild thoughts. He had already bid farewell to Zhongli Tianyu and left Wufeng Immortal Mountain. On Huixian Peak, the celestial signs indicating that Nangong Chunyu was forming his nascent soul were not only not dissipating, but were surging even more fiercely, with fiery clouds expanding in all directions. Judging from this, there was a high probability that he would successfully form his nascent soul. Chen Mobai also needs to go back and discuss this. Every time a nascent soul cultivator joins a sect, the power structure at the top will be disrupted again. Moreover, the disadvantage is that Nangong Xuanyu has always been hostile to their Wookiee lineage. If he forms his nascent soul, their power within the three major halls may shrink even further. But Chen Mobai had already planned ahead. He would deal with whatever came his way, and if all else failed, he would relinquish a portion of the power and benefits of the dance weapon lineage within the three main halls. Anyway, once he reaches the nascent soul stage, he'll be able to get all of these back sooner or later. There's no need to worry about temporary gains or losses. After leaving Wufeng Immortal Mountain, Chen Mobai did not return to the Heaven Mending Group immediately. Instead, he went to Kaiyuan Hall and asked Wang Xinfu to contact Song Yingzhai, a counselor from the Jumeng lineage. The two lineages held an internal meeting. During the meeting, Wenren Zuwei also used the void teleportation technique to arrive. If Nangong Xuanyu were to reach the nascent soul stage, the worst-case scenario would be that he also wants to seize the positions of the three hall masters. Ying Guanghua, the master of the Immortal Affairs Hall, is from the same lineage as him, so there will definitely be no conflict between them. That leaves only the Zhengfa Hall and the Kaiyuan Hall. Among them, Qi Yuheng, the master of Kaiyuan Hall, has a stable position that cannot be shaken by him. Therefore, the only and best target is Zhengfa Hall. After all, Venerable Narcissus is a cultivator from the Sea region. She's only here in the Immortal sect to gain experience. It is possible that she can reach an agreement with the heaven-mending lineage represented by Nangong Xuanyu and give up her position to him at the next conference. After all, she originally obtained this position of Palace Master from Ying Guanghua of the heaven-mending lineage. Wang Xinfu described the worst-case scenario, and after listening, Chen Mobai and the others nodded solemnly. If Nangong Xuanyu intends to interfere with the Zhengfa Hall, Chen Mobai, as the leader of the Mending Heaven group, will undoubtedly be the first to be targeted and eliminated. It's not a big deal. Even without my position in the Heaven Mending group, I'm still a member of the Kaiyuan Hall. Besides, Nangong Xuanyu probably wouldn't be willing to serve under Master Xuexian for 60 years. If Nangong Xuanyu is to succeed as the head of the Zhengfa Hall, he will inevitably have to take over as the deputy head of the hall ahead of time, just like the Narcissus Master. There's actually quite a lot to do in this position. Many nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sects prefer to have more leisure time, so they mostly serve as principals in the academies and schools of various spiritual veins. After all, once you reach the nascent soul stage, transforming into a deity stage depends more on your own comprehension and talent. The resumes of the three hall masters are merely enough to help nascent soul cultivators better conform to the rules. If Nangong Xuanyu aspires to a higher realm and wants to transform into a deity using the pure Yang scroll, he might not be willing to toil away at the three main halls. That would be the best-case scenario. Wenren Zuwei nodded gently after hearing this. After discussing the best and worst-case scenarios, the internal meeting concluded. As the heaven-mending lineage continues to grow stronger, the Kunpeng lineage will certainly have corresponding countermeasures. We don't need to rush. Anyway, let's wait until committee member Chen and Zhu Wei both reach the nascent soul stage before making any decisions. When the meeting adjourned, Song Yingzhai of the Jumeng lineage looked relaxed, showing no concern whatsoever about the news that Nangong Xuanyu might be forming his nascent soul. In her view, Nangong Xuanyu was simply older and had taken the first step. 100 years from now, Chen Mobai and Wenren Zuwei will both be able to reach that realm sooner or later. Faced with such confidence in his subordinates, Chen Mobai could only smile and remain silent. After the meeting, Chen Mobai invited Wenren Zuwei to dinner. Wenren Zuwei was very happy to learn that Pei Qingshuang had successfully opened up the Golden Core realm. She should be stationed here in Wangwu Cave in the future. With her help, the two of you can often work together to condense the 9 heavens pure spirit purple qi to prepare for nascent soul formation. Wenren Zuwei's words stirred something within Chen Mobai. He doesn't need Pei Qingshuang's help at all. We need to find a way to dissuade her from this idea. After finishing her meal, Wen Renzhou immediately used the void shift technique to return to Jumeng Dao Academy. Chen Mobai, on the other hand, went to the Sky Repairing Group to work overtime. He's been catching up on lessons lately because he's been helping Yan Bingxuan and the others open up their golden core realms, so he hasn't been there in a long time. With the assistance of his two secretaries, he finished dealing with the backlog of matters, and then went back into the cultivation room to refine his pure yang spiritual power using the burning lamp technique. His cultivation level was improved by taking the returning to truth pill, so his pure yang spiritual power was naturally somewhat weak and needed this process. Moreover, Chen Mobai also discovered that the burning lamp technique could help condense pure yang qi. That day, Chen Mobai heard his phone ring and stopped. It was a text message from Xiao Hai, telling him that he had descended Juxian Peak and was heading back to Wangxian Peak with Yu Huoping. Chen Mobai laughed and called back. After talking to his daughter for a long time, he was interrupted by Yan Bingxuan's text message. This time, the opening of the boundary gate, in addition to Pei Qingshuang, a golden core cultivator as expected, also saw two foundation establishment cultivators successfully open their own domains, naturally causing a huge sensation within the immortal sect. Although they cannot be compared to Chen Mobai, they are still comparable to Chen Mobai's predecessors Lan Haitian and Yan Qiangji. Among them, Xiao Hai, who graduated as the chief dancer, was naturally compared to Lan Haitian. Yan Bingxuan, who was nominally Yan Qiangji's disciple, also became famous throughout the world after this incident. Everyone regarded her as the next Yan Qiangji, believing that she was almost certain to achieve the golden core stage. I'm not that good. Yan Bingxuan, who was having dinner with Chen Mobai, also saw the online report and couldn't help but shake her head slightly. She knew her own talent best. Perhaps it was decent at the foundation establishment level, but it was rather ordinary at the core formation level. Even her ice spirit root was formed through acquired cultivation. This time, when she opened up the golden core realm, it was because Chen Mobai gave her the void stone to comprehend it in advance, and also provided her with cramming lessons using the phoenix facing the sun diagram. Otherwise, she definitely would not have succeeded. As long as you improve your skills step by step and succeed every time, then you are that amazing. Chen Mobai, however, has a lot to say on this. Because he is the larger version of Yan Bingxuan, his success today is entirely due to the accumulation of resources. As long as he continues to succeed, the immortal sects will always hold him in high esteem. I might be forced back to my original form when I reach the core formation stage. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Yan Bingxuan made a self-deprecating remark. Haha, don't worry, I believe you will succeed. Chen Mobai obtained a lot of resources from Kong Lingling that would help Yan Bingxuan form her core. He was confident that he could use the void blind box to whitewash her and make Yan Bingxuan succeed on her first try. Yes, I will try my best not to fall too far behind you. After hearing this, Yan Bingxuan said it with a serious expression. Chen Mobai smiled slightly upon hearing this, but said nothing more. The day after having dinner with Yan Bingxuan, Chen Mobai picked up Chen Xiaohe and had another meal with her as a celebration. He had originally invited Yu Huoping herself, but she declined, citing her advanced age and reluctance to move around. Dad, I'll be going back the day after tomorrow. Yu Macheng's leave is almost up, and Grandpa, Grandma, and Mom all said they miss me. After finishing their meal, the father and daughter walked back home. Chen Xiaohe rubbed his belly, which was still full from eating too much, and started talking. Okay, then I'll book the tickets for you. By the way, I heard from Master Yu that you have the Ling Xiao Jade Pendant of True Lord Taiyuan. This one. As he spoke, Chen Xiaohe took out a snow-white jade pendant tied with a red string from his long, snow-white neck. Chen Mobai took it and looked at it, only to find that the spirit of this fifth-order magic weapon was still asleep. He couldn't help but feel regretful, as he had originally wanted to express his gratitude with spirit stones. Back when I was at the Taoist Academy, I wanted to use the Cantong Chi to study this jade pendant together, but unfortunately it didn't give me any response. After putting the jade pendant back on, Chen Ziohe pouted and recounted what he had done. A fifth-tier magic weapon should require top-grade spirit stones to nurture it right. If it's on you, how do you solve this problem? After listening, Chen Mobai asked. My mother-in-law has them. She used to fill them up and then let me sleep with the top-grade spirit stones for a few days. It happens once every 10 years, and the spirit of the artifact will awaken at that time. I had just been nurtured when I came to work in Yumu City before. Hearing this, Chen Mobai nodded slightly, calculated the time when the spirit would awaken next, and prepared to make proper preparations for that time. My mother-in-law said that this thing was borrowed, and that I have to return it to Taiyuan Academy after I reach the core formation stage. Speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence. I opened several void blind boxes before, and one of them actually contained a piece of 10,000-year-old warm jade. After killing Kong Lingaling, Chen Mobai also received a piece of 10,000-year-old warm jade, a fourth-grade spiritual material, which, along with the void stone, is one of the 9 great treasures in the immortal sects. However, in the Heavenly River realm, Chen Mobai of the void stone has a mine, but he only has 2 pieces of 10,000-year warm jade. One piece was in his hand, and the other was taken by Fu Zongju. Chen Mobai also happened to realize that Chen Ziohe had reached the foundation establishment stage, and it was time to prepare the embryo of his own natal magic weapon. So, disregarding the obvious coincidence, he took out the 10,000-year-old warm jade. Dad, how come you're so lucky? When Chen Ziohe saw a flash of silver light in Chen Mobai's palm, and a piece of ancient warm jade appeared, his eyes immediately lit up. I have cultivated the phoenix facing the sun painting. When the phoenix perches under the parasol tree, I can receive auspicious blessings. Over the years, whenever Chen Mobai performed good deeds, he would have Hua Zijing help him purchase void blind boxes, all so that he could take out items from the Heavenly River realm and give them to the people around him. Dad, then I won't stand on ceremony. Upon hearing this, Chen Ziohe happily accepted the piece of ancient warm jade from Chen Mobai's hand. If you want to refine this into a natal magic weapon embryo, you'll need a weapon refiner to tailor-make it for you. I'll contact teacher Hong Mengqi for you and see if he's available. Chen Mobai's original natal magic weapon embryo was crafted by Master Chengxuan, but now that the latter is trying to explore the realm of nascent soul in an instant, it is definitely impossible for him to do so. Aside from nascent soul cultivators, the most skilled weapon refiners in the immortal sects are Hong Mengqi and Deng Daoyun, the current head of the weapon refinement department at the Weapon Refining Academy. Both of them are recognized as grandmasters, who are only one step away from becoming 5th-tier weapon refiners, having broken through their cultivation realm. Chen Mobai called Hong Mengqi, who readily agreed that he was available anytime. However, upon hearing that the material was 10,000-year-old warm jade, Hong Mengqi became somewhat cautious. He said he needed to carefully study the material's appearance and characteristics, and invite a few fellow practitioners to discuss it before formulating a refining plan. After all, with the example of the Lingxiao jade pendant, he felt that if he wasted the raw materials that could potentially be upgraded into a 5th-order magic weapon, he would be written into textbooks as a negative example by future generations of weapon refiners. That's why Hong Mengqi, who originally just wanted to use his remaining skills to practice casually, suddenly became serious. Chen Mobai naturally agreed, since it was his daughter's natal magic artifact embryo, so the greater its potential for future advancement, the better. However, Zio Hai will definitely have to contact Hong Mengqi himself next. After all, she was the owner of the magical artifact, and her needs were the most obvious. After sending his daughter away, Chen Mobai also thought of Yan Bingxuan and Qing Nu, who did not seem to have any embryonic natal magic artifacts. The Green Maiden is easy to deal with, since there are plenty of good materials in the Heavenly River realm. It just depends on what kind of magical artifact she likes. However, Chen Mobai remembered the piece of black cloth he had obtained before. After using the refining treasure golden light to identify it, he knew that it was a fragment of a fifth-order magic weapon, and its attribute was water, which was a perfect match for Qing Nu. I wonder if Qing Nu can refine it. When Yan Bingxuan spoke, Chen Mobai thought of the two pieces of ice marrow jade and water mist ice crystal that he had, which were helpful for the formation of the ice spirit root. The former was made of the same material as the 10,000-year warm jade. I opened a void blind box before, which contained a pair of water and fire jade. I hadn't paid attention to this cold jade before, but after checking some information these past 2 days, I found out that it should be a sky blue ice jade from the sea. You can try to merge your mind with it first. 2 weeks later, when Chen Mobai invited Yan Bingxuan to dinner again, he gave her the packaged ice marrow jade. Azure ice jade, this thing actually exists. Yan Bingxuan was somewhat surprised. In the immortal sects, this spiritual material was priceless and unavailable. Even nascent soul cultivators would treasure it if they obtained it. It's enough that you and I know about this. Although he had the excuse of the void blind box, Chen Mobai still hoped that as few people as possible would know about it, especially since the three absolutes master had just told him so much. This thing is too valuable. You're the only one I can rely on, so there's no need to refuse. You don't want to fail in your core formation, do you? Chen Mobai's words made Yan Bingxuan stop refusing. She nodded happily and hung the piece of ice marrow jade around her neck. Fu Zhangju still has one of these items, and Chen Mobai plans to exchange it with him using one of his own items when he goes back this time. After all, Zio Hai is also refining her ice spirit root, and it will be helpful for her when she forms her core. There's also water mist and ice crystals. Thinking about it this way, the resources in the eastern wilderness are actually quite abundant. Time flies, and another 6 months have passed quickly. On this day, Chen Mobai, who was handling official business, received a message from the formless puppet in Giant Wood Ridge, and his face lit up with joy. He called Zhuang Jialan in, gave her instructions on his upcoming duties, and then went to his cultivation room to go into seclusion. As soon as Chen Mobai returned to Giant Tree Ridge, he headed towards the Longevity Wood Dojo where Fu Zhangju was located. As soon as I got close, I heard a burst of joyful laughter. All that could be seen was the vast and mighty spiritual energy of heaven and earth pouring down like a funnel from the myriad wood array, which was continuously absorbed, swallowed, and refined by Fu Zhangju, who had broken through the bottleneck of the mid-stage core formation. The effects of the purple jade porridge were even better than Chen Mobai and Qing Nu had imagined, or perhaps it was because Fu Zhangju ate a lot of it. In just a year and a half, he relied on this medicinal diet to overcome the bottleneck that had troubled him for a long time and officially became a cultivator in the late stage of core formation. In the eastern wilderness, this level of skill is already considered top tier. After all, apart from Zhou Shenking, there are only 3 others at the late stage of core formation: Chen Mobai, Mo Duguang, and Zhou Yi. Moreover, after reaching the late stage of core formation, Fu Zhangju felt that he could also see the nascent soul realm. The combination of various joyful emotions caused even the usually composed man to burst into unrestrained laughter. Chen Mobai stood smiling in midair, protecting him. Before long, Yi Yun and the other Foundation establishment cultivators from the 3 halls and 12 divisions at Giant Tree Ridge flew over, but Chen Mobai immediately sent them away. Only Quan Shanlin, Fu Zhangju's direct disciple, was kept by Chen Mobai. After 3 days and 3 nights, Fu Zhangju finally stabilized his cultivation level. Junior brother Chen, thank you for your trouble. He flew out immediately and thanked Chen Mobai. Congratulations, senior brother. When Chen Mobai saw him, he performed a Taoist salute from the 5 Elements sect, and the latter returned the salute with a hearty laugh. Quan Shanlin, standing to the side, also bowed deeply with a happy expression. I'll talk to my junior brother, you can go now. Fu Zhangju waved his hand, indicating that everything was fine here, and told Quan Shanlin to return to the Hall of Punishment first. Junior brother, just take it. After chatting for a while, Chen Mobai mentioned the spiritual materials such as ice marrow jade. Fu Zhangju immediately changed his expression, saying that he could not take Chen Mobai's resources. He took them out of his storage bag and handed them to him. Thank you, senior brother. Chen Mobai knew that Fu Zhangju was just like that, so he didn't say anything more, but simply kept the matter in mind. Junior brother, now that I've broken through, should I really put this spiritual energy rice cooker and purple jade porridge on the spirit treasure pavilion? At this point, Fu Zhangju hesitated. His local mindset still dominated his thoughts at that moment. Although Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi were both cultivators of the Five Elements sect, their 5 lineages had not yet been completely unified. He felt that their relationship was somewhat distant compared to his own and Chen Mobai's. If we help them break through to the late stage of core formation, will it in turn weaken their control over the 5 Elements sect through their wood vein? End of this chapter. Chapter 778, Immortal Spiritual Root, Purple Azure Divine Flame, Dao Shui Fire. Chapter 778, Immortal Spiritual Root, Purple Azure Divine Flame, Dao Shui Fire. Senior brother, only when the 5 elements and 5 meridians are strong together can our 5 elements sect be able to leave the eastern wilderness in the future and move towards the entire eastern continent, or even the 5 continents and 4 seas. Moreover, if our Wood clan really becomes the only dominant force within the sect, it will cause the disciples below to become complacent. Sometimes, a little competition is necessary. Senior brother Nujiang and senior sister Sheng made contributions when the 5 families returned to the sect. They have also worked diligently over the years. We should give them some hope for improvement. Moreover, as long as our wood vein produces nascent soul cultivators generation after generation, the problem that senior brother is worried about will never happen. Chen Mobai's confident words also inspired Fu Zhangju. All right then, but there's only one spirit energy rice cooker. Who should we give it to first? Upon hearing Fu Zhangju's words, Chen Mobai smiled gently. Of course, we should let them compete on their own. They, the Wood clan, certainly wouldn't do something that would offend people. Soon, Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi both received news that Fu Zhangju had broken through to the late stage of core formation. This left the two of them completely baffled. On what grounds? They have been stuck at the bottleneck of the mid-stage core formation for nearly 100 years, unable to break through, and it seems that they are likely to be trapped for life, and they are even somewhat desperate. How did Fu Zhangju suddenly become one? While both were shocked, they naturally wanted to find out the reason behind it. Did he obtain some kind of breakthrough elixir, or was there another stroke of luck, or was it simply a sudden enlightenment? But soon they found out why. On the Lingbao Pavilion of Giant Tree Ridge, there is a magical artifact called the Spirit Power Rice Cooker, which is described as being able to stew a medicinal dish that helps core formation cultivators break through their bottlenecks. It is a secret treasure of the ancient longevity sect. Upon seeing this, Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi immediately realized that Fu Zhangju had broken through using this spiritual energy rice cooker. Without any hesitation, the two headed straight for Giant Tree Ridge. Chen Mobai personally hosted Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi, who arrived at almost the same time. Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi saw each other, and the two, who had a decent relationship, merely greeted each other before sitting down in a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Senior brothers and sisters, you've arrived just in time. I've just broken through in cultivation and was planning to have a big feast. At this moment, Fu Zhangju also flew over, unabashedly radiating his late-stage core formation aura, making Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi even more envious and jealous. Congratulations, junior brother Fu. The reason I came here this time is actually... When Nujiang saw that Sheng Jiaxi had also come over, he didn't bother to beat around the bush and directly stated his plan. He wanted to borrow the spiritual energy rice cooker and medicinal diet recipes that had helped him break through. That's what I meant too. Seeing that he had spoken first, Sheng Jiaxi immediately followed suit. Since it concerned his own breakthrough in cultivation, He could not afford to be modest at this moment. Senior brothers and sisters are a step too late. This item has already been reserved by junior sister Yin Qingmei. But after hearing this, Chen Mobai spoke up somewhat embarrassedly. Yin Qingmei, didn't she only just reach the core formation stage a few years ago? Nujiang asked with a puzzled look. This thing was just put up in the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, and she got it in Baiyuan City. Junior nephew Yin is a genius and has a heavenly spirit root. She cultivates quickly and will probably be able to use it soon. Chen Mobai began to lie through his teeth, and Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi became anxious upon hearing this. Giving her such a treasure now would be too wasteful. It can only truly be effective if we have it in our hands. Why don't we use it for 2 years first? If junior nephew Yin's cultivation hits a bottleneck by then, we can give it to her. This is the most beneficial distribution for the sect. Sheng Jiaxi has a rather quick temper and immediately speaks his mind. What senior sister says makes sense. However, since junior nephew Yin has already made a reservation at the Spirit Treasure Pavilion in Baiyuan City, according to the rules, I can only put this spiritual energy rice cooker back on the shelves after she gives it up. Don't worry about this matter. I will definitely reason with junior nephew Yin and make sure she gives it to you. After Chen Mobai said this, Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi's expressions softened a bit, but Nujiang immediately raised another question. Junior brother sect leader, this item is only available in your Wood Clan's treasure pavilion. It's not easy for the two of us to exchange for it. Although the 5 elements and 5 meridians have been unified, it is only in name. Chen Mobai had been trying to figure out how to seize control of the most crucial power in distributing sect contributions among the 5 families, and now was a perfect opportunity. This is mainly because the spirit treasure pavilions of our 5 lineages are not unified. The Giant Wood Ridge and Baiyuan City are synchronized, so as soon as the spirit energy rice cooker was put on the shelves, junior nephew Yin in Baiyuan City immediately saw it and placed an order. Chen Mobai feigned hesitation and uttered half a sentence. Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi immediately understood his meaning, exchanged a glance, and did not resist this trend. In the future, I will trouble you, junior brother sect leader, to send someone to my water vein spirit treasure pavilion so that we can keep up with each other. The same applies to fire veins. After listening, Chen Mobai immediately nodded, but then brought up the most crucial issue, the sect contribution that forms the foundation for the operation of the Lingbao Pavilion. Why don't we combine all the tasks and exchangeable resources of our 5 sects into one? This way, the 5 sects can truly share resources and give the disciples below more choices and opportunities. Nujiang, upon hearing this, naturally brought it up. Among the 5 elements and 5 veins, their water vein had the most missions, since there were daily missions to slay demonic beasts in Yunmeng Marsh, and the resources were relatively abundant. Even with the overlapping tasks of opening up the Eastern Wilderness Plateau in Baiyuan City, the workload of the wood vein is still not as heavy as that of Fengyuwu. However, such a large number of tasks also means a huge expenditure of spirit stones. Because those who came to Yunmengs to kill demonic beasts, besides the 5 elements sect, included many rogue cultivators, treacherous cultivators, and even those from the Eastern Wu region. They did not recognize the contributions of the 5 elements sect. Besides spirit stones, you can also use monster bodies, magical artifacts, elixirs, and other items as rewards for completing the mission. Now that this part is being handed over to the 5 elements sect for management and control, although Nujiang will lose its massive annual revenue share, it will no longer have to worry about these matters. Moreover, if these can lead to a breakthrough in one's cultivation level, then it's worth it. Senior brother is truly righteous. After hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but feel great admiration for the Nujiang River. It can only be said that the people in the Heavenly River realm are all true cultivators, willing to give up everything for their cultivation breakthroughs. On the contrary, Sheng Jiaxi hesitated. Her fire vein spirit treasure pavilion undertakes almost all of the high-end weapon crafting tasks in the Eastern Wilderness. Because she is renowned as the #1 weapon crafter in the Eastern Wilderness, Many cultivation families and even independent cultivators are willing to travel thousands of miles to the Fire True Palace to request the crafting of magic weapons suitable for them. If she gives it to Chen Mobai, she might have to be mindful of his attitude when accepting these tasks in the future. However, she gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement in the end. Besides the rare opportunity for a breakthrough, she was also confident that even after the Five-Vein Spirit Treasure Pavilion merged, the Fire True Hall would still be able to rely on its excellent weapon refining skills to control the high-end weapon refining market in the Eastern Wilderness, and might even be able to expand its business further through the Five Veins platform. After the 5 Spirit Treasure Pavilions are merged, the Spirit Treasure Pavilion in Baiyuan City will be the central hub. However, in order to avoid future confusion regarding contributions can only be distributed from Baiyuan City. Chen Mobai's words were almost a revelation, but Nu Jiang and Sheng Jiaxi only hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Nothing is more important than their breakthrough. In that case, I propose that the 3 palaces and 12 departments also be moved to Baiyuan City, so that the 5 lineages can communicate more easily. Chen Mobai's idea was unanimously approved, and even Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi felt that it was a gesture of respect for them. After all, if the 3 palaces and 12 departments of the 5 Elements sect had remained in Giant Wood Ridge, it would have meant that the Wood Vein was supreme. Now that they have moved to Baiyuan City, at least for the 5 veins, they are all equal. After gaining control of the economy, the 5 elements and 5 veins will gradually and truly become one. Please inform Zhou Yi of what we have discussed later, junior brother sect leader. Nujiang added that none of them dared to go to Hunyuan Immortal City, implicitly acknowledging the Earth Veins agreement. However, the outcome still needed to be communicated. Leave this to me. As Chen Mobai spoke, he used the Tangshan instrument to notify Yi Yun to bring over the spiritual energy rice cooker. There's only one of these. I wonder if senior brother Nujiang or senior sister Sheng should exchange for it first. Upon hearing this, Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi exchanged a glance, and then Chen Mobai sensed the fluctuations in their spiritual senses, indicating that they were negotiating terms and seeing who could persuade the other. Junior brother sect leader, is there any requirement for the dosage of this medicinal diet each time? No one knows what the two said, but Nujiang turned around and asked a question. No, it's not that. It just requires consistent use. Senior brother Fu also took it continuously for a year and a half before he broke through the bottleneck by accumulating the effects of the medicinal diet. When Chen Mobai explained, he probably already understood the meaning of Nujiang. It just so happens that there's some unrest among the demonic beasts in Yunmengs. I plan to invite my junior sister to live in Fengyuwu for a few years. We can enjoy this spiritual energy rice cooker and medicinal cuisine together. That would indeed be the best of both worlds. This is the recipe for purple jade porridge. If you live together, you can cook 2 pots at a time, so it won't take up too much of your time. As Chen Mobai spoke, he took out a storage bag, which was full of purple jade spirit rice. Apart from this main ingredient, they were to collect the remaining medicinal herbs themselves according to the pill formula. However, these are all common in the Eastern Wilderness. To prevent them from making mistakes, Chen Mobai also prepared to demonstrate on the spot and cook a pot of purple jade porridge for them using a spiritual energy rice cooker. Junior brother, let me do it, I know this well. Fu Zhangju, on the other hand, volunteered. For more than a year, he had been inseparable from his spiritual energy rice cooker. In fact, it could be said that he was better than Chen Mobai and Qing Nu at cooking this purple jade porridge. It's actually 3rd-grade spirit rice. Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi were both shocked to see Fu Zhangju put the purple jade spirit rice in. They hadn't expected the cost to be so high. Our sect has a secret spiritual field base on the Eastern Wilderness Plateau, where we grow this 3rd-grade purple jade spiritual rice. Currently, because the yield is not high, it can only supply us core formation cultivators. Chen Mobai smiled and handed the full bag of purple jade spirit rice to Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi. The two of them were taken aback when they saw it. This bag of food could feed the two of them for a whole year. This was the first time Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi had felt that the benefits for core formation cultivators of the five-element sect were so good. Before, when the family split up, if they wanted third-grade spirit rice, they had to spend a lot of money to buy it themselves. Many of the high-grade spirit stones accumulated each year are used for this purpose. I never expected that I could still get it for free now. All you need to do with the spiritual rice cooker is put the spiritual rice and medicinal herbs in. After Fu Zhangju finished, the four of them sat down together to drink tea and chat. Where did the seedlings of this third-grade spirit rice come from? The neighboring Dongyi people have been locked in a bloody battle with Xuanxiao Dao Palace and Kongseng Valley over the golden cloud rice seeds, and the hatred between them has not yet been resolved. Therefore, Nujiang was quite surprised to learn that the five-element sect had actually cultivated third-tier spirit rice. It was created by my disciple through decades of hybridization experiments. However, since our sect is not yet very strong, please keep this a secret, senior brothers and sisters. Chen Mobai recounted Zhuo Ming's hardships, and upon hearing this, Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi were both extremely envious that he had such an outstanding disciple. Among master's disciples, only Zhou Yi was able to attain the foundation establishment stage. With a successor like junior nephew Zhuo, junior brother's future achievements will certainly not be inferior to Master Hunyuan. Sheng Jiaxi said something that made Chen Mobai wave his hands repeatedly, indicating that he dared not. The situation in the Heavenly River realm is different from that of the immortal sects. The more high-profile you are, the faster you die. In recent years, Chen Mobai has been living a life of ease and comfort, trying his best not to make a move, in order to avoid attracting the attention of his enemies and buy time to form his nascent soul. However, speaking of the foundation establishment stage, Chen Mobai has also felt signs that his nine-yang body is about to undergo a transformation, while cultivating the pure yang dharma body these days. Just half a step away from becoming a celestial spiritual root. I hope that when I hear the Tao, I can obtain immortal arts and supernatural powers similar to the all-encompassing rhinoceros. By the way, junior brother, this is the heretical golden core that you asked me to exchange with the Sun family. While enjoying the purple jade porridge, Nujiang suddenly remembered this and took out a jade box from his storage bag, handing it to Chen Mobai. Thank you for your hard work, senior brother. Chen Mobai took it and examined it, then nodded slightly. Not at all, it's my duty. Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi left Jumu Ridge with the spirit-powered rice cooker, satisfied. After saying goodbye to Fu Zhangju, Chen Mobai also went out to Tianping Mountain Villa. Zheng Woyu and Yan Jinai are still taking classes here. They have completely submitted to Qing Nu and feel that compared with the alchemy knowledge she imparted, what they learned in the first half of their lives was simply inferior. Greetings, sect leader. Upon seeing Chen Mobai descend on his crimson cloud robe, Zheng Woyu immediately came over to pay his respects. Under Qing Nu's guidance, Yan Jinai is refining a meridian-protecting pill. Compared to Zheng Woyu, who is already old and whose alchemy skills are deeply ingrained and solidified, Yan Jinai's learning progress is ahead of his master. Therefore, King Nu is currently focusing on guiding Yan Jinai in refining the three treasures for foundation building. Zheng Woyu took this in stride after all. His lifespan was also running out, and being able to glimpse the most superior alchemy techniques before his death made him feel that his life had been without regrets. If Yan Jinai, his successor, can surpass him, then Zheng Woyu can confidently entrust the alchemy department to her. Chen Mobai exchanged a glance with King Nu by the alchemy furnace and greeted her, then chatted with Zheng Woyu while waiting for their batch of pills to finish. The alchemy teaching location is halfway up the mountain, where the third-tier medicinal fields are one of the five-element sect's most precious assets, where many jade marrow golden fungus are planted. Why did you come today? Finally, King Nu finished her instructions and told Yan Jinai to start the furnace to nurture the plant. Then she came over and chatted with Chen Mobai with a smile. For you. The two had reached the mountaintop, where a vast array of clouds and mist had gathered, creating their own private haven. Is this the heretical golden elixir you spoke of? When Qing Nu opened the box, she was amazed by the results of the unique alchemy and artifact crafting technique from the heavenly river realm. With this, you can experience the core formation realm ahead of time, and also refine the fragments of this fifth-order magic weapon. As they spoke, Chen Mobai took out another piece of black cloth, grasped Qing Nu's fair and delicate hand, and gently placed it in her palm. A fifth-tier magic weapon. Upon hearing this, Qing Nu was shocked. It should be noted that even nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sect are not allowed to wield fifth-tier magic weapons. I never expected to have such an opportunity after coming to the heavenly river realm. It's just a fragment. It was originally called the mysterious light black carved banner. After Chen Mobai explained the origin of the black cloth, Qing Nu picked it up with great interest and began to try refining it. However, just as Chen Mobai had predicted, even though she possessed the heavenly water spiritual root, she was still unable to refine the fragments of the profound light black carved banner at the foundation establishment stage. You will protect me. Qing Nu became interested and immediately took the heretical golden pill, intending to refine it on the spot. Chen Mobai nodded in agreement. In the days that followed, he cultivated the pure Yang Dharma body at the Tianpeng Mountain Villa while using the Nine Heavens pure spirit purple qi to condense pure Yang true qi. He had roughly grasped the three methods mentioned by the three absolutes master and found that if he were to fuse them with talismans, he would need to be at least a fourth-level talisman maker to do it, and he would also need to create a unique talisman based on the characteristics of yin and yang qi. Chen Mobai felt he didn't have the ability, and neither could Zhou Shenking. After all, as a fourth-tier talisman maker from the eastern wilderness, he might not even be as good as a third-tier talisman maker in the immortal sects. Among all the immortal sects, the only one capable of creating such talismans is probably Master Yu Yi, a fifth-tier talisman maker. But she accompanied Master Chengxuan during his retreat. The same applies to elixirs. It remains to be seen whether Qing Nu, after refining the heretical golden elixir, can create an elixir formula that fuses the yin and yang energies, given her level as a fourth-tier alchemist. Chen Mobai planned to give her all the remaining enlightenment tea he had. Chen Mobai also glanced at the final magical artifact. It was feasible, but it would require the expertise of a fourth-tier artifact refiner to research further. He would consult Hong Mengqi when he came to Wangwu Cave Heaven in the future. This was the first time Chen Mobai felt that his achievements in cultivation techniques were somewhat lacking. However, this is understandable. After all, he spends most of his time cultivating the fundamental essence, energy, and spirit, and simply doesn't have the extra time to devote to these miscellaneous things. Now we can only place our hopes on Qing Nu. Just as Chen Mobai was thinking this, a wisp of pure purple aura from the Nine Heavens had been condensed. After giving the purple and green twin swords a high-grade spirit stone, he activated the longevity body to heal his physical injuries and landed on the summit of Tianpeng Mountain. This wisp of pure purple energy from the heavens didn't stay in his hands for long. He quickly used it to condense pure Yang true energy. Although it was somewhat wasteful for him, this was the fastest way to accumulate pure Yang energy. A month passed quickly. That day, Chen Mobai felt a surge of powerful water elemental energy gushing out from inside the wooden house, which brought a slight look of surprise to his face. He gave Qing Nu 10 water spirit pearls for this seclusion, which would be enough even for someone who has reached the core formation stage. Judging from the fluctuations now, it's clear that the refinement of the heretical golden core has been successful, and the cultivator is absorbing enough water spiritual energy to improve the cultivation level. This year, Qing Nu also completed the transformation of the Black Emperor Abyss scripture. Under Chen Mobai's listening to the voice of the empty valley, he seemed to sense a deep abyss emerging in the wooden house, as if it could swallow the 5 continents and 4 seas, endlessly devouring and refining the pure and vast water spiritual energy. To be honest, The Black Emperor Abyss scripture does indeed have a bit of the characteristics of demonic arts when cultivated. For some reason, Chen Mobai thought of the Red River. I wonder how he's doing since leaving the sect. 3 days later, the cabin was opened. With her skin even more radiant and her whole body glowing with a dewy, spiritual light, King Nu stepped out. She felt with delight the profound spiritual power at the core formation level within her Danshan. I never expected it to be so simple. There are no such unorthodox methods in the immortal sects. Qing Nu thought that if she wanted to form her core, she would have to wait at least another 10 or 20 years. Once you have the power to form your core, you can refine the Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation Pill or the 5 Elements Golden Core Pill. With your foundation and this external golden core, your core formation will definitely be 100% successful. Chen Mobai was also very happy. In the Heavenly River realm, only Qing Nu could accompany him all the way, so he naturally hoped that her cultivation level would improve as quickly as possible. Yes, I have almost finished improving the formula for the water element golden elixir. Once the medicinal materials are collected, I can try to refine it. Upon hearing this, King Nu couldn't help but beam with joy. However, considering that Zheng Wuyu and his apprentice were still below, the two of them did not celebrate wildly. Chen Mobai, feeling regretful, also told her about the idea of the Kingaling Zihua pill. To create a pill formula out of thin air, especially one that relates to the yin and yang energies, would probably require a 5th-level alchemist. I can only do my best. However, King Nu was also honest about this, saying that she wasn't very confident. She was able to improve the water element golden elixir and other similar formulas because the immortal sects formulas were already very complete. From the formation of the formula to its improvement, there was a complete logic. She only needed to change some of the main and auxiliary ingredients without destroying the overall medicinal effect. However, creating a 4th-order pill formula from scratch was far beyond her capabilities. In that case, let's make refining spirit essence pills and core formation elixirs our primary goal. After hearing this, Chen Mobai was very clear-headed and did not let Qing Nu waste her time on the idea of the Kingaling Zihua pill. The two spent some time together on the mountaintop, after which King Nu went down the mountain to check on the quality of the batch of protective pills that Yan Jinai had been nurturing. Chen Mobai then took out more top-grade spirit stones, intending to cultivate for another day at Tianpeng Mountain, and after spending the night with Qing Nu, returned to the immortal sect the next day. But during this cultivation session, the 9 Yang body suddenly overcame that barrier. Chen Mobai sensed the fire spirit root hidden in the heart part of his body. In that instant, an indescribable blazing warm current suddenly erupted, accompanied by the violent beating of his heart, flowing through all parts of his body, and finally surging up to his purple mansion sea of consciousness. With a loud bang, Chen Mobai felt his mind being propelled by this torrent, rushing out from between his eyebrows, then breaking through a barrier, as if he were rushing straight into the great Tao of the universe. Without needing a spirit testing instrument, he knew that his fire spirit root had reached 100 points. He is currently in the process of learning the Tao of the immortal spiritual root. Knowing this in advance, Chen Mobai did not panic. He kept in mind the warning and the information about Master Yungsu that he could not use the Fangkun book in this state. Because the human body has its own protective mechanism, when it can no longer withstand the state of resonance with the great Tao, it will automatically disconnect from the state of hearing the Tao. However, when engrossed in a small book, one can easily become completely absorbed. At the same time, Chen Mobai also began to analyze his inner self. According to Master Yungsu's records, when a cultivator with an immortal spiritual root hears the Tao, it is similar to a cultivator making a wish to heaven and earth, and the great Tao may respond to their most genuine desire. This will increase the probability of obtaining magical powers and supernatural abilities. So what do I need most right now? Chen Mobai also felt a little confused. What he wanted was naturally a breakthrough in his cultivation realm, ideally reaching the nascent soul stage or even the deity transformation stage as quickly as possible. But that's clearly impossible. If the Tao were that useful, the immortal sects would definitely have more than just these nascent soul and deity transformation cultivators. Chen Mobai began to think more deeply. The only hurdle he's currently facing, before reaching the nascent soul stage, is that the pure yang scroll hasn't yet reached the core formation stage. Even if one's essence, energy, and spirit are all perfected, if one's pure yang true energy is not accumulated enough, or if one's primordial true energy is not fully developed, even if one has the 3 spiritual medicines for nascent soul formation, one would certainly not dare to initiate the nascent soul formation process and attempt to break through the elixir and emerge from the nascent soul. In other words, the biggest hurdle for him to overcome in forming his nascent soul is true qi. Is there any magical technique or supernatural power that can help him condense pure yang true qi and primordial true qi as quickly as possible? Just as he was dissecting his own heart to this extent, the image of the purple and green swords suddenly flashed through his mind. If there is enough pure and ethereal purple energy from the 9 heavens, would that be enough? But how can this be achieved? In an instant, the purple-green demon refining heavenly book, which Chen Mobai had almost forgotten, began to emerge in his mind word by word. This was a handwritten copy of the purple-green demon refining heavenly book, which Yan Qiangji had specially requested when she was at the Natural Academy. It was deciphered by the 2 nascent soul cultivators, Qingjing and Qingxi. But at that time, Chen Mobai couldn't understand a single word. Now all the words, refined by the great Tao of heaven and earth, shone brightly in his mind, transforming into a purple-blue divine flame. Tashida fire. End of this chapter.